awfully cute today, sussy, sussy, sussy. Poggies. Months and my brain has been fully consumed by the Scarlet Rod ass. Lucky 13. Awesome pass. IMLERNENDING. Chat, help me. Hasan will not let me out of his basement.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Wednesday, March 16th, 11:16 a.m., and I'm actually right on time. Early. Yeah, and it's a beautiful fucking day out here. It's sunny California, Los Angeles.
Hello,
I am
chat,
not
you big
early.
stinkies. You smell, chat. Take a shower, chat. I love you, chat.
I am not early. Should have probably figured out perfectly on time.
Hey, chat, you are looking cute today. Peepo kiss.
Last night I defeated an incredibly important boss franchise, the Dark Souls franchise. Oh, fuck my hair, dude. I should have fucking... Okay, I'm gonna fix that in a second. God damn it. Last night I killed a really important boss in this game that saying was gonna be my nameless queen, the new nameless king. It didn't happen. I ended up actually destroying Lania. Get you some bobby pins? I don't need bobby pins. Anyway, but there literally isn't anything else going on in my life. There isn't anything else going on in my life other than the fact that I'm just playing Elden Ring and it's about to end.
Go early.
I have... Last night he was trolling invaders? What do you mean? I've already seen this clip. Like, a lot, actually. Anyway. Wondering what your opinion of Putin is? Is he a good guy? Yeah, that's... I don't have like a orb or anything, or like a constantly spinning fucking cube to tell you, so... There's a tsunami about to be in your life, lol? Wait, what do you mean?
15 months of pure bliss. Love you, Arjan.
Anyway, cube is off. That's why. It's annoying to just like keep it, to have it on all the time. Anyway, there's an earthquake in Japan. Wait, what? You support Putin? Shut up, Brodsnick. Good one, dude. Good one. Good trolling. So obviously, speaking of Putin, like, you know, people's interests on what the fuck is happening in Ukraine is died down. Let's be real. I mean, people no longer care. Sorry. R.I.P. to the people who do care. But for the most part, Americans have moved on with their lives, you know? We talked about the gas prices and its impact on us. And even then, it's pretty much over. You know what I mean? At this point, people just don't care. They've gone back to brunch. And remember, anytime you think Americans are going to care about a thing for an extended period of time, remember that they live in a country that is basically a failed state, a developing nation with a Gucci belt, a third world nation with a Gucci belt, where citizens are starving on the streets, left to die on the streets. Citizens are you know, devoid of healthcare. Just remember that. Like, this is the country that starves its own individuals, its own citizens. Country that doesn't even give a fuck about its own people, okay? So, you know, why the fuck would they care about Ukraine? Holy shit. Anyway, this is why whenever I mention stuff about Ukraine and people get mad at me or passionate and say, like, I'm talking about this one way or the other, I'm like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Okay. Tsunami drama baiters were safe. Magnitude 7.3 quake hits North Japan. Tsunami risk is receding according to LA Times. Thank you. Also,
Looking fabulous
Lizzie
today.
Gobbler,
Love
thank you for the
Hasan.
5 gifted subs. Wait. No way. New details of the negotiation just dropped. And it's literally everything I've mentioned so far. And also, not only is it everything I've mentioned so far, but quite reasonable. What? That's crazy, dude. Wait, hold on. Everybody shut the fuck up. I don't know anything. I'm the L taker.
17 months hassle.
That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. Ukraine fog of war. What is really happening? Yo, my favorite fucking grunt from Task and Purpose dropped another video. I saw it earlier. Russia gains legal status. Russian gaining legal status is a way for like one of the demands always of Russia was to ensure that the language has legal status and therefore protection. Okay, it's a big deal for a lot of countries or the people of other countries. Usually, you don't even hear about it because the people that demand legal status for their language are Kurds, for example. So like they have no power. Or the people that demand legal status will be like, just again, minorities in a country. And those minorities are not usually backed by a more powerful, gigantic fucking country like Russia when dealing with Ukraine. Frontline episode you watched trailer for yesterday, you fucking marked all the TOSs too. What a king. What a god. What an absolute king. What an absolute god. Holy fuck, dude. So, as in Russian language has to be accepted in government offices? I assume that is what they mean, but not necessarily that, like, it's the only language that has to be there. That's not what it is. This is what they agree on so far and continue negotiating on Donbass and Crimea. Recognition as for LPR and DPR as autonomous states with a possible skip whole Zelensky compilation starting at 11. Okay, here, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Fuck it, let's just go right into it. A lot of big news here today, a lot going on. But here is what I have to say. I got nothing else happening in my life. All I've been doing is playing Elden Ring, Elden Lord. Tomorrow I'm going to do a hashtag ad for another video game. I'm going to finish Elden Lord tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to do a hashtag ad and play another video game. That's right. Utred, son of Utred is back. That's very cool. I'm going to be doing a Norwegian hashtag ad.
Thanks for being a critical part of
episode.
the broadcast and for being live and alive on this glorious day.
Also, tomorrow I have a super secret interview I can't tell you about. The hashtag ad video game that I'm going to be playing is one that I played before and then started playing offline and then stopped playing altogether. And that video game is, and I'm doing the fucking accent. Not a single person has figured it out. It's a DLC for Valhalla. Can't they just say they won't join NATO and then just immediately join NATO as soon as Russia leaves, just like how Russia promised to never invade? No, dude. You can't do that.
Yep.
No, Grimes is going to happen hopefully in the end of this month. Can't wait to see what you have to say about how pandering Zelensky's speech to Americans was. Wait, first of all,
11 months.
yeah.
Baby. Where's my brain rot?
Yeah, of course. What, you think Putin is not pandering to America? No, you think Vladimir Putin is like, oh, they're canceling Russia. They're doing cancel culture to Russia. Or you know, what did he say the other day? He said like, you know, Western degeneracy. It's like there's a lot of degeneracy in the West with like trans people or some shit. Like, yeah, everyone's doing it, dude. I wonder why everyone's doing it, by the way. Gender freedoms, right? That's what he used. That's what he said. Yeah, who do you think he's appealing to when he says that? Cancel culture and gender freedoms. It's two different sides of the American imperialist coin. Okay? That's it. Putin slams cancel culture and trend. Yeah, this is what I mean. Look at it. Look. Come on, dude. Yeah. Look at it. Like who could he be? Who could he be reaching out to with this speech? Putin slams cancel culture and trans rights, teaching gender fluidity a crime against humanity. Сука, блядь. The Economist has finally found a war it doesn't like. Why war would be justified. The case for war. How to set Syria free. Hit him hard. Obama's war. And why Afghanistan needs more troops. A heart-rending but necessary war. Blood and oil. Lessons from tyranny. And the one time, that's crazy. The one time the Economist is like, we need to put an end to this war stuff. I mean, wow, you guys are really, you cool it. You guys need to cool. You need to calm yourself with this war shit, okay? We're woke now. We hate war now. We hate war now. We're just big anti-war guys.
Is my daddy.
Anyway. All right, let's blast off. I'm live and alive. Talking about Zelenskys. Talking about Zelensky's speech to Congress, demanding no-fly zone over Ukraine. Negotiation details and the path towards peace and more. Get in now. Oh shit, I should say also finishing Elden Ring today. Dude, this entire morning, I spent the entire morning fucking literally trying to do the Millicent quest on Elden Ring, okay? Only to find out that because I killed Melania already, and this is a warning for all of you, if you've killed Melania, do not, or if you're about to go kill Melania, do not kill Melania. Continue the Millicent quest first, okay? Because halt. Because I killed Melania last night, as you guys know. What the fuck? When did you beat Melania? Yeah, last night. I literally fucking kept dying to her. Everyone made fun of me, so I played. So I kept dying. I kept dying and dying and dying. I did the Millicent quest after killing Melania. Mega Gamer, please explain to me how you were able to do such a thing. Because I killed the rot worm, and there is no summon pools there.
Hassle.
There's no summon pool in the rot worm area.
2 months
Anyway.
becoming more of a HasanAbi head every day.
On the far side of the pool, no cap, I swear. No, it's not. Dude, I literally... Wait, what? It's not. Anyway, whatever. We'll make a return to that later. I also killed, in my anger, killed Gorm, or whatever his name is. Tyler O2. This motherfucker blocked me too? What is this? You guys sent me this, but this dude blocked me as well. Why does everybody block me?
Hassle.
Obsessed with this subreddit. I would like to volunteer for Ukraine, but I do have some questions. You were on the OSINT block list? No, this is not an OSINT guy. This is probably some fucking like edgy leftist guy. He's making fun of the people who are trying to volunteer for Ukraine. You beat her in 20 tries because you're a god gamer. I mean, I beat her faster than a lot of other people. That guy posted your house first, and I think you blocked him once. Okay, listen. Anyway, Biden gave a speech as Zelenskys' address, and this is what they're sending. Yeah, we're gonna look at all that. Bro, Sushi, please stop.
Indeed.
Please. Like, there's so much going on, and there's so much information to cover, and you literally always find like anything and everything you can to be like, hey, you know, like a black person was beaten by Ukrainians yesterday. It's like, dude, okay, we'll get to it, but you're like, what are you doing? What the fuck? I mean, I know what you're doing, but just like, can you calm down a little bit? Like, okay, I got it, dude. Yeah, you know, they don't like black people there. I know. Like, I'm aware. Anyway, I would like to volunteer for Ukraine, but I have some questions. I came from the European Union country. Would like to do my best combating Ukraine after in a combat or non-combat roles. However, I appreciate it if I could know the following. How is shelter and housing exactly offered after I reach Ukraine as a volunteer? Is it expected to have at least a single room with a bathroom offered? I can't imagine sharing a room with others like in the barracks. I have a good amount of IT and electronics experience, but I prefer the combat role. Assuming I would like to change, would it still be possible? Dude, there's no shot this is real. This is not a real post. Okay? But also, like, this is bait. This is not a real post. This is a troll post. Because he's also then asking about, can I bring my pet turtle? Like, no. This is just... Like, there's no way. I mean, look, a lot of these dudes that actually do try to volunteer, some of them are not, some of them are going to be inexperienced, but this idea that like they would want to bring their pet turtle and shit like that, no. Did you see Putin simps in Texas? Yeah, I did. They're like 8 people, dude. Okay? Like a total of 8 people. It's just, the more we talk about it, the more people try to make it seem consequential. I refuse to talk about it. Okay? It's the best thing to do is just avoid it. And all these fucking dumbass liberals who are literally just like looking desperately, and I mean fucking desperately, to try to like find legitimacy in this like big bad tanky idea that they've created, that they've cultivated. They are the ones who literally are legitimizing like fucking LaRouche stands, dude. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Same people asking about this are the same ones that complain you platform Donald Trump. Like, those dudes have nothing going on. Okay? They nothing. And you're over here like you're over here giving them more legitimacy, like anyway, it's so stupid. What do you think of patriotic socialism? I love the concept. Great. What do you mean, dude? Some nerd shit, dude. Imagine being a fucking patriot. Tell me you are a no pussy getting absolute fucking troglodyte. Okay? Tell me that you're like a gigantic fucking loser without saying anything else. Just say you're a patriotic socialist, dude.
Go to the prom with me, yes or no?
Okay? Oh man, I love it, dude. Love it. What are you patriotic about? What is there to be patriotic about? You're going to be patriotic about America? How dare you? What the fuck? What is there to be patriotic about with respect to the United States of America? Huh? Is it the 30 different kinds of Oreos that you can consume? Is it the $5 Applebee's jalapeno poppers? What the fuck is it that makes you feel patriotic to the fucking core? The one time I felt a shred of humanity and a shred of pride in this fucking soil that I live on was when I saw how well the distribution of vaccines happen in this country.
14 months. The brain rot is
because
real.
it was like almost like a semblance, like a crumb of socialized medicine. Okay? And it went away immediately because, well, one, that was done on the backs of other nations who were not able to get their vaccines. And then two, it didn't even fucking matter because most people refused to take it. Well, not most people, but a lot of people refused to fucking take it. Nothing. I'm sorry. Nothing makes me feel patriotic about this country.
I love war.
Not that it matters.
I love man-made horrors,
but it's
no
so
other reason
stupid
than
to
for
be
money
like,
and
oh
human
man,
suffering.
I love being a patriotic socialist about America. It's just like we're awful. We're fucking awful. We're awful to our people. We're awful to everyone else. We have a lot of potential, but we refuse to do anything with it. You ever feel patriotic towards Turkey? No.
Less than 3.
What's your response to people asking, why did you come to America then? 30 different kinds of Oreos. You ignore all the good things out there, though. What?
Best streamer in the world. Love you, Hasan Hassel.
About the USSR? No, I don't feel patriotic about the USSR. Why the fuck would I feel patriotic about the USSR, dude? What kind of LARPing bullshit is this?
Hi chat, it's me, Polly.
Anyway. It's crazy. All right, let's get back to business here. That was weird. We might have ethnic similarities because Mughals fucked my ancestors.
3
Are you
months of
okay?
feeding my addiction to brain rot.
Are you okay? What is happening currently in the chat? What's going on? God, I fucking dude. That bottom number is way too high. What the fuck? Oh, we already I covered this yesterday. 35% of Americans believe in taking military action, even if it risks nuclear conflict. Because 35, what did I say? This is a HasanAbi doctrine rule right here. This is another HasanAbi rule. In the United States of America, you will find 30 to 40%, 30 on the low end, 40 on the high end, of people that will believe in anything, okay? That will advocate for anything. It's just how it is. There is not a single fucking thing on this planet where you can't find 30 to 40% of Americans to agree on. No matter how fucked it is, okay? Like it could be the most fucked up shit, like distribution of lolly porn at high schools, and you'll find 30%. Especially 30% of people that fucking respond to surveys and polls, okay?
5 months. Woo.
Straight up. For the record, I'm anti, I think. I should make that clear, I guess. Why did your brain go to that? I was trying to find like the worst possible thing that you could do. I'm saying I think I should make that clear. Like the confusion part comes from
3 months, 1 war,
you know,
of
people
less than 3.
Thinking that I would be a defender of this sort of thing.
Six months.
Why'd you take out the Putin is bad cube?
Shit, thanks for the
because he's good now. I'm a fan. Big fan, actually. Bro, there's some stuff I want to talk about real quick. Okay? We'll do the next stuff. But that dude, IA, like the fucking Ukrainian journalist that we look at all the time, is just purely fucking pumping out propaganda now. Here's, by the way, retweet this, tell your friends, tell your foes, tell your enemies, tell your friends, tell your family.
Maidenless.
Or don't, I don't know. People are unhinged, you're gonna have to bring the cube back. He admits this over and over that he is a Putin fan. Exactly. It's because I love Putin. Giving Russians legal status in Ukraine, voting rights, basically just turning it into Russia for all intents and purposes is true. What do you think? No, dude. No. Russian legal status is the language. What are you talking about? Unless I completely misunderstood. But I'm pretty sure the demands are legal for Russian, the language, not like Russian people can now vote in the Ukrainian elections. Why would it be? Why would it be the other way around? What the fuck?
I promise not to turn
you guys are fucking crazy, dude. I swear to God. Russians in Ukraine are Ukrainians. Yes. Yes, Russians in Ukraine are Ukrainians. They are Ukrainians who also speak the Russian language. And what the
11 months.
What this demand out of all of the demands, which I think were going to be the demands regardless. That one is also an understandable one.
Hey father, last night you permanently banned me for saying, "So Miguel, you're bad. Was this really worth a perma? I've been here since WWII post
Ukrainians are Ukrainian, nothing else. Yes, Ukrainians are Ukrainian. Some of them also speak Russian, okay? And asking legal status for the minority Russian-speaking population is not an, out-of-pocket demand. Stop being like a weirdo nationalist for fucking Ukraine when you live in Iowa, okay? And also, that is a totally reasonable demand. What the fuck? Just don't ban Russian in schools, and allow, especially people in, I think in mostly in the Donbass region, allow Russian education. Motherfuckers in Wyoming are like, no, Ukrainians are Ukrainian. They should not be able to speak Russian. Actually, we should butcher the babies that speak Russian. I'm like, what? Live in Wyoming. Why do you have such a strong opinion on this? And why is it like against human rights that you would otherwise be a fan of? What is happening? I'm from Ukraine. Russian doesn't need special status here. Believe me, it's my first language too. I think that is specifically, well, if it doesn't need it, then, you know, that should not even be a bargaining chip. Then it's like, it's a given, you know? There you go. GG's. People being like, the president of Ukraine is a Russian speaker. I know, dude. I know. This is what currently confirmed on the negotiation side on the Ukrainian side. Damn, nothing. I can't. The page does not exist. %70 of Ukrainians speak Russian in their daily lives. Yes. Duh. I know. I think this is just legal status is just so that briefly, FT published a draft which represents the requisition position on the Russian side, nothing more. The Ukrainian side has its own positions. The only thing we confirm at this stage is a ceasefire, withdrawal of Russian troops, and security guarantees from a number of countries. Yeah, this is good. I think Crimea is the hardest question. It's not that hard, brother. From where I'm standing, doesn't seem too hard to me. Okay. Might seem hard to you. Doesn't seem hard to me. First of all, what are you going to do? How are you going to get back Crimea? And are you going to fight the people in Crimea who are going to fight for the Russian side? Like, what a silly... This is like always something that I talk about, and I'm like... confused by whenever people have like a Ukrainian border sovereignty take in America, right? Whenever we have this conversation, like all these motherfuckers come out of the woodwork talking like 3% are oath keepers, but for like Ukraine. Okay. And what is the take there? Like, do you assume that like the Ukrainian military is going to now go and, you know, push further into and go fight in Crimea? I agree Crimea is gone, but what about the canal water? Crimea is drying up faster than Biden now. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Crimea should be able to have its own water supply. It's fucking bananas. It is a gross violation of human rights that Ukraine dammed up a USSR built canal into Crimea that was supplying that fucking region with water. Completely unacceptable. It is a, once again, violation of human rights, and Russia did blow up that dam already.
Thanks for 3 months of brain
If they try to put that dam back together, that is fucking bullshit. If Russia breaks this deal, automatic NATO membership for Ukraine. That's not how this works, man. You don't... Yo, it's so cute that Americans have this kind of take. Bro, Russia has been bombing the living shit out of Ukraine for the past 3 weeks, and you still got like these takes like, oh, we've automatic NATO membership. Get it out of your fucking head. Okay? That's not happening. It's just not. I don't know why you're like, I don't know why you think this is happening. It's not happening. What you are experiencing right now, what you are seeing unfold in front of your eyes, is part of the reason why it's not happening. The only way that Ukraine could join NATO is if, like, I don't know, fucking Vladimir Putin spontaneously combusted, and then whoever his successor was, or whoever took over Russia in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of that, was like a fucking Western state puppet or something, which Putin was too. So I don't know how the fuck that would work, but you know, one that is like perfectly aligned with the interests of the West and like will allow the Russian coffers to be completely fucking ripped apart, just like you know, just like it happened already. And in that period of like the second dissolution of the Russia, that's when they can allow Ukraine membership or something.
Hello.
Zelensky also mentioned he knows Ukraine won't join NATO. Yeah, he mentioned this yesterday. But people always think that, you know, it's up to the fucking country. It's a really cute attitude that people have about, you know, what rights and demands smaller nations can make when we are having a conversation about, you know, global politics. And it's wonderful that you have these kind of opinions, but like, it's not up to Zelensky or the Ukrainians to join NATO. It's up to NATO. It's up to NATO nations. And France and Germany were not a part of that conversation in a positive way, ever. Reason why they did not want France and Germany, I mean, did not want Ukraine to be a part of NATO is because they always understood it as Russia's red line, that in Georgia. You mean up to the United States? No, the United States has obviously full control and final say on everything. But clearly, Ukraine is not a part of NATO. If it were up to the United States, some in the U.S. foreign policy blob are in agreement with that. That's where all this like Ukraine should join NATO attitude came from.
Is the root of why the world is the way it is.
I mean, you got people like this, Ben's ass. If it shoots, we should send it to Ukraine. Says there needs to be fewer nerd lawyer conversations and we need to send the weapons. But you're a nerd. Senator John Kennedy says, united the West, even united the Congress, but then says President Biden has a Bambi's baby brother moment. Send motherfucking John Kennedy into Kyiv right now. Fuck it. Send him to Donbass, actually. Drop ship his fucking ghoul ass directly into Ukraine. Let him defend it. Can you explain that again, please? Why don't France and Germany want Ukraine to join NATO? Sorry, I couldn't understand. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to do this from the top. Russia considers NATO to be an aggressive pact against Russia, both on the soft power influence side, but also on the more important military side. Okay, it's a military alliance against Russia, military alliance against the USSR, and even after the end of the USSR, they still continued it. Okay.
Been great having you cover this all over the last month. Hassle UK media hasn't been doing a great job.
USSR does not exist. And yet, NATO still does. Now, Russia does not want its bordering nations to be a part of NATO. Russia does not even want Eastern Europe to be a part of NATO. But too late for a lot of that. Okay? But there is one red line now, because Russia is a more developed country with its own standing military and nuclear arsenal, and has been able to recover from the destruction of the USSR. Russia, now a nuclear superpower and an energy provider to the entire planet, has time and time again demonstrated that it does not want Georgia, which is on the other side, and Ukraine, which is on its western front, okay, Russia's western front, to be a part of NATO. Because NATO means forward operating bases. NATO means, missile defense systems directly pointing into Russia. NATO means easy fucking flights directly into Russia. What about Finland? Great question. Finland has always had a neutralized stance since World War II against the USSR. And in the aftermath of World War II, when NATO was being built, Finland decided not to join NATO. Why? For the same exact reasons why Russia did not want Ukraine to join NATO. Until now, of course, that Finland might actually turn around and change their attitude because Russia did invade Ukraine. So, as I was saying, now there's a couple things in the NATO Defensive Pact. It's called Article 5, which is the most important part of NATO, which dictates that if one NATO territory, if one NATO country is invaded, that means all NATO nations, means nuclear superpowers that are also part of NATO, will fight in that battle to defend that NATO nation. Okay? Now, I personally don't believe NATO should exist. I personally think NATO was anti-communist, anti-socialist, and it was terrible historically. And I say this as a Turkish person. Turkey is a part of NATO. Okay? Now, this is where we have to also take a step back and describe something called mutually assured destruction. The concept that I'm sure you've heard this before if you played Call of Duty. World War IV, I don't know how World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Okay? Because the idea is that World War III will not be conventionally fought with conventional weapons withstanding militaries, but instead with nuclear weapons, which Russia currently has the largest nuclear arsenal. Okay? I don't know if that was actually an Einstein quote or not. Everybody always makes fake quotes about Einstein. Russia is a nuclear power. NATO is a nuclear power. Nobody wants to have two nuclear superpowers with their standing conventional militaries fighting one another, because that will turn into nuclear holocaust. Okay? Get it? This is the reason why you have to be more careful when dealing with a country like Russia, which wants sovereignty over the territories it commands, both historically and in contemporary society. This is precisely why some European NATO countries are not even remotely interested in allowing Ukraine to be a part of it, because they see Russia's statements about Ukraine being a red line, and they agree with it. Okay? That's it. Johnny Harris does not edit his videos. I do, not CIA. Thanks for the kind words, homie. Wait, really? Saw a clip of you saying Johnny Harris does his own editing. Thanks for the kind words. Johnny's editor. I'm Johnny Harris's video editor, not CIA, though. Is this for real? That's crazy. Dude, you're really good. I mean, I thought he was originally an editor. I guess maybe not anymore, but he was an editor for Vox, wasn't he? Anyway, if a world war breaks out, wouldn't it be in the best interest of all countries to not use nukes? Yeah, but the country that's losing is always going to drop a fucking nuke, baby. That's the point. World War II was fought with conventional weapons because it predated the invention of nuclear technology and nuclear weapons. And that is precisely why World War III will not be fought with conventional weapons. India and Pakistan have direct limited combat and haven't used their nukes. Okay. Well, if you want to risk that, if you want to go ahead and risk that, then go off Kings, okay? Breaking: key commander and founder in the Ukrainian Azov battalion killed in Mariupol today. Oh, man. I feel terrible. Oh, no. Oh, well. Damn. Damn. Can't believe he died. Oh, shit. That sucks, dude. Keyword, they're being limited. If it came to the point of one country on the verge of collapse, they'd let the nukes fly. Yeah. Some anarcho-communists started debating me for 45 minutes over coffee, and when I brought up peace talks, they said every peace talk has led to bigger conflicts. Yeah, I hear a lot of fucking ANCOMs, just anarchists in general, that take like very weird, I don't know, they take like very strange positions that I never thought I would hear. Like, their fucking Mac Daddy Noam Chomsky doesn't take those positions, but they fucking do for some reason. Proving once again that they're just not really thinking about it critically. Like, there's this person, I don't want to fucking show their Twitter account because...
Flushed face, 17 months.
It's just like, there's like a Baltic poster that was like, I said something like, I was talking about like, I fucking love war. I'm going to show you the tweet right now. Not the tweet that person responded to. But here. So Ryan Grimm cut this video out when he was in the press room, okay? And this is really, really fucking scary shit. I mean, the American media is just straight up being like, why won't we do a no-fly zone? Like, why can't we do it? Can we do a little baby one? Can we do a little, like, tiny no-fly zone? Can we just get, like, a little bit, maybe with drones, right? And, you know, they cut this video out, and I was saying, like, dude, I fucking love war. I used that SpongeBob meme. And then I said the media knows what no-fly zones entail. We enforced it with NATO forces in Libya. In Ukraine, it would mean nuclear powers fighting. I understand why Ukraine wants it. They're already living through World War III, and the West said they'd have their backs. But nuclear holocaust is not worth it. Okay? Like, I don't think nuclear holocaust is worth it. I don't think the American government, which otherwise would be like crazy fucking gung-ho, believes nuclear holocaust is worth it. And those motherfuckers love war. So it's just strange when I see people that call themselves communists on the internet literally fucking taking a more reactionary and more aggressive escalatory stance than the American government. Like, the American government has like the blood of babies on its fucking hands. And you call yourself a communist on the internet and you're like, no, actually, the American government is being a bunch of pussies right now. So basically,
yeah, looks good.
basically, you know, there was someone who was like saying, so the 44 million Ukrainians should just fall to Russia and be ethnically cleansed, and Putin, like the reasonable leader he is shown to be, will definitely be content with annexing Ukraine and definitely won't invade the Baltics next. Fuck off with your myopic take.
Why don't the Ukrainian crystal moms use their
that's
no-fly
like,
crystals
I
to
mean,
keep
this
out
is
the Russians? Keeps out COVID, can keep
I
out
don't
the
fucking
Ruskies.
understand how people can take this kind of approach, because it's like, you just said Putin is a fucking madman. What's stopping him from releasing the nukes then? Like, you can't maintain the position that Putin is a fucking madman and he's going to take over the entirety of Ukraine and like ethnically cleanse Ukrainians and shit like that. And then also say, but he won't use nukes when, you know, he has said time and time again he would if America involves itself in this fucking war. Hasan Complex vid is out. 22 minutes long. This is so terrifying. I have no idea what this looks like. I have no idea what I said. This was like in the midst of the fucking pandemic, so I'm like genuinely scared about how I look in this. We'll watch it afterwards. Yeah, a new complex blueprint video of me came out. Yes, we'll do a watch party for that later. People be like, Putin's a madman, but he won't use nukes. Like, you can't say that. Then your take on Russia is consistently bad. You have ads for gambling companies, lol. This dude is like trying to reach any way he can. When have I run ads for gambling companies? I've never done that. If anything, Twitch is probably selling inventory. You're just making stuff up. And because that didn't work, now you're saying my take on Russia has been consistently bad. Nukes will end him in the process. He's mad, not stupid. Got it. What? You can't recall what you said? Pass into politics? Hi, I'm from Latvia. I saw your video where you say what you say about the Baltic states. I totally agree with you. If shit go wild, we are fucked by NATO and Russia. The only thing I control is the top of the hour ad break, but I don't actually control what ads run. You know, at the top of the hour, I run a 60-second ad break, and before that, I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, including the gambling one, I guess, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. And that's it. You know, Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Clear that what they believe they need the most is more warplanes and fighter jets. So why is the U.S. assessing something different?
In a White House press briefing, reporters repeatedly asked why President Biden isn't doing more to provide Ukraine with direct military support.
Subscribe,
Why
please.
does the U.S. believe they know better what Ukraine needs than what Ukrainian officials are saying they need the most?
It sounds like, you know, we're pretty dug in on our position when it comes to the no-fly zone, when it comes to
like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? You're going to die. Your children are going to die. Everyone is going to perish. There is no survival beyond the nuclear holocaust. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Absolutely psychopathic shit, dude. Remember all the people who were like, if all countries were led by women, we wouldn't have this kind of problem. It's like, yeah, dude. Well, there you go. Here's a female press corps, okay? No, they're still, it doesn't matter, you know? Maybe it has something to do nothing with gender and less to do with gender and more to do with American exceptionalism, which transcends beyond gender, you know what I mean? And of course, manufacturing consent.
the MiGs, despite this growing bipartisan call in Congress to shift a little bit. So, to put it bluntly, is Zelensky wasting his time tomorrow? asking for these things.
President Zelensky is going to be speaking to Congress tomorrow. He's been pushing for fighter jets, a no-fly zone. You have to hear some of those same requests tomorrow as well. Has the administration shifted on that at all?
Though calling for a no-fly zone. They're a NATO member. They share a border with Russia. How do we view their calls for a no-fly zone?
And on President Zelensky's address tomorrow, of course, he is expected to ask for more assistance, as my colleague noted. A lot of the U.S. positions on that haven't changed, as you just said, when it comes to the no-fly zone. But on the aircraft specifically, the Pentagon said last week that Secretary Austin said they do not support the transfer of additional fighter aircraft at this time. Is that still the United States' position?
Would a strike in Poland on supplies or anything really automatically be met with a military, a forceful?
By the way, let me just describe something, okay? When your friends have this approach when they're like, "Oh, I believe in implementing no-fly zones." When you know people that say shit like that, it's because of these people. But worse, these people know what a no-fly zone entails, and they're still pushing for it. That's fucking crazy, dude. Okay? That's insane. When you know what a no-fly zone entails, when you know what the consequences of that are, and yet you're still posturing for it, and also in the process misinforming the American public, that is literally just an abdication of journalistic responsibility. It's immoral. It's just disgusting in every way, shape, and form. It is, you know, these people aren't dumb. They know what a fucking no-fly zone is.
Response, or simply a conversation amongst allies about how to respond?
There are reports that a Russian drone made its way into Polish airspace before going back to Ukraine and being shot down. Does a drone into Poland count?
She's like, yo, I love when they're like, come on, just a little bit. Like a little bit. Would you give us a little bit? Dude, can you just please escalate the nuclear posturing? Our ratings are doing fucking incredible right now. Please. That's the funniest part about people accusing me of like being a fucking, war hawk or whatever, or saying that like, oh, Hasan has gotten such higher view count because of this war. It's like, dog, but I don't want it. Like, I don't want the war. I'm happy with which by view count is normalized again because people no longer give a shit. But like, I'm happy with this. Okay. You know?
HasanAbi head for life, happy to be here.
There are reports of Russian-trained pigeons that are crossing the Polish border on a regular basis. Now, is this a justification for nuclear holocaust? It's just crazy.
Yovanovitch has been quite outspoken recently, and she said we need to mitigate risk, but it's also true that not taking greater action comes with a risk as well, because Putin is a bully and he only understands strength. Is the president showing enough strength against Putin? If Putin were to use chemical weapons, would it change the president's thinking when it comes to these MiGs, taking the no-fly zone off the table, but at least on this issue?
Your view count normalized because you wouldn't show war porn too, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the other part of it too.
Can you give us any more details about what that threat means of severe consequences?
Did you reach a new all-time high concurrent viewer count? No, not even close.
The president obviously made the same threat last week. Is that purely economic consequences, or would there potentially be a military threat? Go ahead.
So, aside from the request for weapons, President Zelensky has also requested that the U.S. be more involved
in
our
boy.
negotiations toward a peaceful resolution to the war. What is the U.S. doing to push those negotiations forward?
Well, one of the steps we've taken, a significant one, is to be the largest provider of military and humanitarian and economic assistance in the world, to put them in a greater position of strength as they go into these negotiations. We also engage and talk to the Ukrainians on a daily basis, and the president and this national security team has rallied the world in being
Ryan asked the only question that was like, what can we do to de-escalate? You've only talked about, complying with Ukrainian demands on escalation and about what kind of weapons we're sending there and yada, yada, yada. But what can we do with respect to de-escalation? What can we do? And, of course, she immediately sidesteps and deflects away.
Unified.
She's like, oh, well, we're giving them guns, which is giving them an upper hand in the negotiations. Okay, but do you have any sort of interest in giving, making concessions, asking for anything, like, do you have an active line open with Ukrainian officials about the steps to take to potentially start the negotiations process, or what concessions you think are good? Because, like, we're only currently giving guidance on the weapon side. Well, is it their place to say Ukraine is going to be hot-headed towards Russia either way? Of course it's their place to say, man. Even if it's not their place to say, they should still say it, because they're still saying it. There's two things you can say in this situation. Hey, let's dial it back a step. Maybe it's time to fucking negotiate. Or, nah, fuck it, YOLO, you got this, boys. We're going to send you Javies, okay? Just fucking, crack those tank armors, baby.
PepeLa.
Okay? And America openly has said time and time again, no negotiations at the barrel of a gun, and no concessions made that are irreversible. Don't make concessions to Russia. The fuck are we doing? We're literally, as I've said over and over again, just simply ensuring the continuation of the war. So there's going to be a time when, like, even Zelensky might want to fucking stop the war and make concessions. And I'm fearful that Americans are going to be like, nah, fuck that. Maybe Russians should take a step back first. The Ukrainians will lead and decide this process. Yeah, obviously, that would be great, dude. I mean, honestly, of course. First and foremost, you know what would be great? Yeah, if Russia stopped invading. Thank you. I think we're in agreement there, okay? Except they're not going to, so what the fuck are you talking about? All wars end with negotiations, okay? All wars end with negotiations, treaties. That's just how wars end. Every moment that you're standing against negotiations or standing against, peace talks, you are standing for the war. You're standing for the continuation and ongoing assault of Ukrainians. And for the record, to lift sanctions, the U.S. wants an irreversible Russian withdrawal from Ukraine. If the war ends, Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty are restored, then sanctions could be lifted. But withdrawal must be, in effect, irreversible, that Russia won't pick up and do exactly what it's doing in a year or 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's not bad. That's actually fine. I misunderstood. They can step back, or Russian troops can have fun dodging the Switchblade drones we are sending to Ukraine. Dude, that's not going to fucking purge the Russian forces, though. Like, do you not understand that you're just continuing it? Then, okay, cool. You're in America, and you're horny, and you're saying, oh, we're going to fucking send whatever Switchblade drones or whatever the fuck, right? Okay, what's Russia going to do? Oh, all of a sudden, the Iskander launch systems that they have staring down at fucking Kyiv from strike distance is going to start fucking dropping MLRS strikes or the thermobaric weapons you were talking about. Do you want that? Is that what you want? I don't know what a fucking Switchblade drone is, by the way.
Can't stop, won't stop. Solidarity with the workers.
What do you make of the claim that a no-fly zone effectively means World War III? Yes. Me and the American government, for once, we are completely in agreement. Me and the American government, which almost never happens, especially when it comes to foreign policy, are completely in agreement that a fucking no-fly zone would effectively mean nuclear holocaust, would mean World War III, because me and the American government both completely understand what a no-fly zone entails. It means it's the same as boots on the ground military warfare. Kamikaze drone for vehicles. Biden admin weighing in on providing Ukraine with killer drone called Switchblades. The U.S.-made guide missiles can accurately target tanks and artillery from miles away. Also known as a kamikaze drone. Suicide drone, then isn't it just a missile? Kind of stupid. Yeah, I don't really understand.
Amid the quiet beauty of the Utah desert, a deadly new kind of weapon on display. NBC News got an exclusive look at a so-called killer drone. Yeah, it doesn't fire a missile, it is the missile. This is about the size of a toy drone I bought.
Bro, look at this. I mean, dude, we love weapons, dude. We love our weapons, don't we, folks? Every day, Murat's statements about how, like, we make the Lamborghini of drones just becomes more true.
Bought my 12-year-old a few years.
How is a no-fly zone the same as boots on the ground warfare? I genuinely don't understand. Okay. I'm assuming charitability here, so I'm just gonna repeat this thing again. Okay.
PhDs.
How do you think planes fly? Where do you think planes fly from? And what do you think planes are? A no-fly zone needs to be enforced, and it's enforced with missile systems. It's enforced with fighter jets. The enforcement of a no-fly zone implies that American fighter pilots flying American fighter jets are going to shoot down Russian fighter pilots and Russian fighter jets. It's exactly the same as boots on the ground military warfare. It's conventional war between two nuclear powers. The only difference is that it's just not directly on the ground. Why the fuck is Zelensky calling for it then? Because he's desperate.
5 months, baby.
Dude, you're dying. If you're dying, you don't give a fuck if, like, the rest of the world joins your fight and it's a nuclear holocaust. You're dying anyway. It's already functionally nuclear holocaust for you. That's how he thinks. That's why they ask for it. But the fact that, like, the American media are pushing for it is psychotic. Nihilist Andy?
Years ago. The Switchblade can be carried into battle in a backpack and launched miles away from a threat. Once a target is identified, the Switchblade can find it and kill it in minutes. Launching. AeroVironment, the drone's manufacturer, showed us how an operator starting our turn can put a Switchblade through the window of a truck. Onboard cameras capture the moment before impact. How far away was the Switchblade when it took that picture?
About 3 meters from the target.
At about $6,000 each, the Switchblade costs a fraction of the $150,000 Hellfire missiles fired from larger military drones. The Pentagon has made deadly mistakes using drones, including in August.
Yeah, remember? Yeah, except, dude, the precision of the drone in this circumstance would not change anything. It didn't kill so many people because it was a Hellfire missile. It killed people because the intelligence was wrong and they didn't care enough to fucking check it. So it doesn't matter if your missiles are more precise when you are literally just saying, well, he's brown, fuck it, YOLO, kill him. That doesn't change anything. It's just cheaper. Okay, and I guess it limits the explosion in comparison to a Hellfire missile strike. But it's cheaper. That's it.
when the U.S. military fired at what it thought was an ISIS target, but instead killed 10 civilians, including 7 children. Officials told NBC News analysts saw a child in the target area, but the missile had already been launched. The Afghan-born CEO of AeroVironment says their weapon can cancel an attack up to 2 seconds before impact.
You can make decisions while you're flying the missile.
Yeah, they're definitely going to do that. It's just a smart missile. They're definitely going to cancel it, though, 2 seconds before. Oh, no, there's a kid there. Dude, how many kids have we fucking killed deliberately? What the fuck do you mean? Why would they ever do that? Dude, what? Yo, dude, what the fuck?
in the air as to what to do during your mission.
But the development of smaller, cheaper drones, already being used on the battlefield, pose new dangers for the U.S., too. Paul Shar, a retired U.S. Army Ranger, says weapons like these change the game.
It levels the playing field between the U.S. and terrorist groups or rebel groups in a way that's certainly not good for the United States.
Iranian-backed militias have used similar drones to attack American bases in Iraq and to target the Iraqi prime minister.
The U.S. is definitely vulnerable to drone attack today. We need better defenses, and we need them urgently for U.S. troops overseas.
A new kind of weapon presenting a new kind of risk, both abroad and at home.
Remember, it's good when we use them because we're using it against our enemies. But it's bad when our enemies use it against us because we're the good guys and they're the bad guys. Yeah, how about don't make this shit, okay? How about that? Well, too late. We already did. Okay?
Ken Delanian, NBC News, Dugway Proving Ground, Utah.
How does it level the playing field between one of the largest imperial powers and the fucking goat herders? They can get it and use it with ease. Biden admin is weighing in on providing Ukraine with the killer drones called Switchblades that we just saw. Take a look.
The Biden administration is considering whether to send new killer drones to Ukraine. They're called Switchblades. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us from Washington now. Ken, tell us about these Switchblades. How do they work?
Well, Aaron, they're called killer or kamikaze drones because the explosive is inside the device, and they're a single-use weapon. Essentially, they fly to the target, strike it, explode, and kill it. Why they are game-changing and transformational is that they are incredibly small and portable. The one that we got a demonstration of in the Utah desert last year, called the Switchblade 300, which is designed to kill personnel, weighed 5 pounds. It was the size of a toy, and it's launched from a tube. There's a bigger one called the Switchblade 600 that we were not allowed to see, which can take out armored vehicles and tanks, and that would probably be more useful for the Ukrainians. It's also, though, very portable, but it can fly up to 50 miles. So the Ukrainians can be very far from the thing they're trying to hit, unlike the Javelins, which they have to get up pretty close, about a mile away. And these things can loiter over the target. They have cameras inside. They have sensors.
6,000 is an interesting number. 6,000 for one drone. 6,000 is also the number that the dollar amount that the Obama administration paid each of the victims of the Kunduz hospital bombing that they engaged in. Fun fact for you guys on a Wednesday morning.
They can be guided onto a target, and they can be programmed to strike a target with GPS. So they're very sophisticated, very cutting-edge weapons, Aaron.
Wow. Ken, assuming that President Biden and NATO don't call for a no-fly zone over Ukraine,
I gotta pee.
How big of an impact could these have in the Ukrainians' defensive effort?
The experts I'm talking to think it could really be a game changer, depending on how many of these weapons we can get in Ukrainian hands, and also depending on how quickly it takes to train them to use them. This is a pretty secretive weapon. It's been used in combat in Afghanistan, but the U.S. doesn't discuss that at all. So if they are used in the Ukrainian theater, this could be a historic moment for warfare, and it could really do a lot of damage. Remember that long convoy of Russian vehicles we saw? That would have been totally exposed to these weapons if the Ukrainians had had them at the time, and there are still many opportunities for the Ukrainians to use them. It's not a magic solution to anything. The Ukrainians are facing overwhelming might, but they could do a lot of damage to Russian armor with these weapons, Aaron.
So bottom line here, Ken, what's the likelihood that the U.S. will actually send these drones to Ukraine?
You know, we're hearing from our sources that it seems rather likely. The question is whether they will disclose that or whether they'll just do it secretly, you know, covertly, because there is a question of escalation here. It's the real question that American officials are grappling with is how much stuff can they give the Ukrainians to help kill Russians before Vladimir Putin views that as an unacceptable escalation. So far, what we're talking about here are defensive weapons, and these can be considered defensive weapons. And so that's how the Biden administration will justify it. Whether they'll say it explicitly, though, is another question, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in Washington. Ken, thank you. We're following some breaking news now from the Department of Justice. NBC News has learned that the DOJ is set to unveil charges against Chinese agents.
That's right. They're accused of intimidating critics of China right here in the U.S. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now. Pete, really, what more do we know here?
Well, according to court documents and law enforcement officials, we know of at least 2 of the targets of what are apparently 3 efforts by agents of the Chinese government in the U.S. to intimidate people here who've been critical of the regime. One of the targets was Arthur Liu, who is a lawyer and political activist in the San Francisco Bay Area and the father of Olympic figure skater Elisa Liu. The other...
Sorry. I had to go use the bathroom upstairs. Bro, while you were gone, they should have said either they'll send them publicly or secretly, but they're definitely sending them. Should have telling Russians what's up. I mean, yeah. Let's go. YOLO, baby. You have more than one bathroom? Yeah, of course I have more than one bathroom. I know I said this the other day, but the media really are acting like the military-industrial complex salesman at this point. Yes. U.S. veterans learning what an aggressor with a conventional and target-rich army is like. All across the United States, small groups of military veterans are gathering, planning, and getting passports in order. After years of serving in smoldering occupations, trying to spread democracy in places that had only a tepid interest in it, many are hungry for what they see as a righteous fight to defend freedom against an autocratic aggressor with a conventional and target-rich army. Okay. The person that wrote that needs to go to jail, dude. Are you fucking insane? Small groups of military veterans are gathering to spread democracy in countries that don't want it. Like, no, dude, that's not what happened. You know, this isn't 2002. You don't have to lie. Like, everybody knows that that's not what we've ever done, and that's not ever something that we were interested in, and we will never be interested in that anyway. But, of course, the people that are volunteering have famously talked about, and unfortunately, there's no other information on this and no other way to fucking confirm this source other than Reddit, because the Western outlets are not really covering this shit.
Hassle.
Okay? But the Volunteers for Ukraine subreddit's popping off with people being like, we need to get the fuck out of Ukraine. Okay, we need to get the fuck out of Ukraine. The volunteer was a boogaloo boy. The volunteer video was a boogaloo boy. Oh, that's... Put this short story in the New Yorker. Central Ohio man among Americans volunteered to join the Ukrainian International Legion. This story has been revised to reflect that Henry Heft has been associated with the far-right group known as the Boogaloo Boys in the past. It's a trap. They're cutting up our passports and sending us to the front. Oh, no. All right, turns out it was real. Oh, no. We did watch the actual video, And I said I said it had a likelihood of being fake because, you know, it's ridiculous. I mean, it was too good to be true with respect to like how much this motherfucker sowed what they were reaping. You know what I mean? Or reaped what they were sowing. I mean, straight up. But hey, if I spread misinformation that is against Russia and for Ukraine, it doesn't matter. Not a single one of you motherfuckers is going to punish me because that's how it works, baby. That's just the reality. I could literally continue saying that's a fake story and it doesn't matter. And I would probably be better off for it. Straight up. Not a single person will fucking yell about that being wrong. Me getting that wrong. Straight up. There's absolutely a double standard. 1,000,000%. I fear calling you out on the fear of being banned. Yeah, I will ban you. That dude was literally deserting. He signed a 6-month contract. Yeah, he doesn't deserve to have his passport back. I don't disagree with you. Is the chatter that ripped you for showing that video still there? Still here? No. How many videos did you make saying that deserter was fake? Oh, 0. Why would I do that? Hasan admitting he's wrong, PepeLa? Yeah, I mean, I do it all the time. Except, you know, people get fucking hella mad. American veterans are training Ukrainian volunteers.
Welcome back to our coverage from Lviv, Ukraine. You can hear air raid sirens are going off. It's the middle of the night here. This is at least the 4th time we've heard air raid sirens on this day alone. For the past few days, I've spent time with some American veterans of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. 3 Americans who have come here on their own dime, wanting to help train volunteers so that they can fight alongside the city defense force if and when Lviv is attacked.
In Lviv, men who've never fought now train
brother, let's go.
For war.
Yeah, these guys are definitely there on their own volition. And certainly not, and it's certainly the patriotic interest and sense of duty that led them there, and not a 3-letter agency that is telling them to volunteer there. It's just their love, their undying and never-ending love for freedom. I'm sorry. There's some fucking, you know, boogaloo boys and some of our bravest couch potatoes are out there, sure, because they're fucking horny, okay? But if you think these in shape, face-covered, hidden Afghan veterans are out there in shape, being the key point here, do not misunderstand me, in shape is the best way to find out whether or not someone is still, you know, doing duty or if they are actually a veteran, okay? Those are the Ukrainians, man.
Practice clearing rooms in a stack.
The guy in the fucking New York Yankees hat is
formation.
Not.
Using hand signals to move in silence. It's a 2-week crash course in combat, the bare essentials to stay alive.
It looked really great. Just get, as always, just get clear of that doorway, right?
Okay, dude. No. Okay, I gotta look at the background.
Matt Gallagher served in Iraq. Adrian Bonenberger did 2 tours in Afghanistan. Both American Army vets who've come here to help.
No shot.
Exactly right. You guys look good. Okay, thanks. Think about where you were 2 weeks ago.
Outside, Ben Bush prepares another group of volunteers. He served 2 tours in Iraq as a Marine.
There's a suspected patrol in the area.
But if they were CIA, then obviously they wouldn't use Anderson Cooper. What the fuck do you mean? Of course they would. What? What? What do you? Where do you think they would? Where do you think they would actually fucking cover this shit?
One or two people, we're not sure.
Not trusting nor verifying.
Squad leader, any questions?
Ben, Matt, and Adrian are not working for the U.S. military or government. They're not being paid by anyone. They bought their own tickets here and are doing this for free.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. I'm sorry.
What made you want to be here?
I came to this country for the first...
Dude, tons of fat veterans hard to keep the same diet and not get fat. No, I know. That's why I said the only way, a way to figure out whether or not someone is still, doing something, doesn't have to be like actually in the military, and versus not doing anything and is just a veteran is how overweight they are now. Sorry to no disrespect to all the vets in my chat, but you know how it is, okay? You get that, you come back and you got that fucking gut in like 2.5 months. Fat shaming me, I get it. I'm just, come on.
First time in 2015, I fell in love with the country. I met my wife here, so it was a personal connection.
Don't worry.
Oh, the first time he was in Ukraine is 2015. Interesting.
And our personal connection was to him and to the overall effort of a democracy fighting to be a democracy.
I kind of landed on an old line from For Whom the Bell Tolls. For what are we born if not to aid one another? And looking at my two young...
That's really interesting that they're just like, that they've just been there before. They've been in Ukraine in 2015. It's not like you're not big either. Stop being a hypocrite. Dude, there's a difference.
Young sons, and thinking of that line,
Very
I just
true.
felt like
In
this
the
was
fat
a unique opportunity to help show them how to be the men and grown-up adults I aspire for them to be.
2 weeks ago, the volunteers they train had no idea how to clear a building or move as a unit. Most have never fired a gun before.
These are teachers, bus drivers,
lawyers, welders,
who want to protect their neighborhoods, protect their homes, many of whom never thought they'd be in this position.
We've been doing everything we can to give them the tool set they need to survive because they're going to defend their city one way or another.
Some have modern rifles, but others train with antique ones, loaned by a local gun collector.
I think I saw, is it a Tommy gun? I mean, it had a...
That would be from the collection.
Is that literally like a Tommy gun from the 1930s?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
They've got Mausers, they've got some kind of weird machine gun I think I've seen in movies before.
All the new weapons are being sent to the front. This is what they have here now, and if the war comes here, that's arguably what they're going to have to fight with.
And they're here every day, dutifully, working as diligently as any Marines I've ever trained, and I've trained a lot. And they don't complain. They continue to move. They are at the point now, we've worked progressionally to make the leaders emerge, because leadership is just going to be necessary for coordination for anything, and they have emerged. We now know that there's bone to this organization, and that gives me a great deal of confidence, because I'm not going to be here forever, and that's hard for me the closer I get to them.
We'll do it again differently later, right? Always differently. Well done.
I love that, dude.
The volunteers cover their faces for their own safety.
Sorry. When I see an articulate Marine, just fires some fucking red flags in my head, okay?
Know what Russia is capable of, but they also want Vladimir Putin to know they are ready.
Я хочу, щоб
руські знали, що в кожному будинку, в кожній
I want Russians to know that
квартирі,
in each
в
building, in
кожній
each apartment, and in
собачій
each
будці
dog
ми
house, we
будемо
will be
чинити
resisting.
опір.
We will have guerrilla movement, and we will
У нас
resist.
буде партизанський рух, і ми будемо давати бій.
Clear fire.
On the last day of the training course, volunteers get the chance to fire a weapon. They're given just 10 rounds for target practice. There's not enough ammo to spare.
All ready on the firing line. You're clear to fire.
They're practicing on AK-47s, but most of these volunteers haven't been issued AK-47s of their own. There's simply not enough of them to go around. They've had to buy whatever guns they can find on the open market, and even then it's hard for them to find ammunition.
This 20-year-old volunteer says firing the AK-47 was something of a wake-up call.
So right now, today, I just understand that there could be the person who wanna shoot.
Damn, I thought the dude with the fucking New York Yankees hat was American. I was wrong. Dude, we really out here exporting our fucking culture everywhere. #1 export.
What do you think of the American guys who've come to help train?
They're really cool. They're maximum cool. Like
They're
really,
maximum cool?
Yeah. I thank them cool. That they came here and they're teaching us. I appreciate that a lot.
Ben, Adrian, and Matt hope when they leave, other combat veterans will come and continue their mission.
You don't have to come here as a combatant at all. You can come here and do this on a very basic level. And if you have a specialty, if you have an urge, this is how it's applied.
We're seeing live how the Taliban in Afghanistan gain power, but in the other POV, I mean, there's no indication that those guys are like fucking nationalists or anything, okay? Especially because in a country like Ukraine, if you are a nationalist, you just wear it proudly, as we have seen time and time again, as NATO itself and their social media has shown time and time again, or American media has shown time and time again. So like, that doesn't mean that the guys that they're training here are like Azov Battalion or they're fucking nationalists or whatever the fuck. They probably aren't. Of course there's a CIA training program in Ukraine. What the fuck do you mean? There's literally what we've talked about it already. Secret CIA training program in Ukraine helped Kyiv prepare for a Russian invasion. This isn't like all that much of a secret. We've talked about this before. We talked about this before Russia invaded Ukraine. When it wasn't even a conversation. This like Russia-Ukraine was not even a thing. And we've talked about it.
It's not imaginary. It's not mythological. We're actually doing
We also are currently watching one with Anderson Cooper.
And you can see the effect. This is what the Germans and French did for us when we were in a similar situation during the American Revolution. People came over and helped us train.
Just to remind Americans of all ideologies, all politics, however they feel about this war, these are everyday people who want the same things that you and I want back home, right? Peace, some prosperity, opportunity for a better life for their children.
I should point out that Matt, Ben, and Adrian have left the country now. We wanted to wait until they were out of the country to show this story, show the work that they were doing here. But as they said, they hope other responsible vets will come here with a desire to help train those using whatever skills that they learned in combat.
Oh, damn, they left, huh? That's crazy.
With leaders in India and continue to encourage leaders to work closely with us to stand up against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you. The wheat supplies from both Russia and Ukraine have been disrupted and are forecasted to be
I'm so afraid this war is going to normalize violence between civilians and destabilize the entire East Europe. Yes.
Some have been talking about a breakdown of food supplies to large.
Why are you such a piece of shit during this conflict? I mean, if you think I'm a piece of shit during this conflict, then you just probably move to Russia, shill. Are you honestly chirping the Air Force, you limp-wristed champagne socialist? Literally, it's because you have a 4K PC anecdotal. Dude, you have a $2,000 graphics card. Anything will play at moderate, decent FPS. What happens if the network sues you?
USA training Ukraine people is maximum cool, unlike Hasan. Hasan is liberal cool.
Is it because I said chair force? Damn, useless bisexual clapped him already. Brian Scott Mark, thank you for getting out of the alt-right pipeline. Good. Sorry for sending this.
I'm the proof when I'm in the booth spitting.
No. No. Never. Never that. Making fun of the military is ableist? Okay, dude. As an Air Force vet, Air Force is correct, and I had a combat job, lol. Shout out to the biz. You don't get to pick a cider. What? So anyway, we looked at the Anderson Cooper, volunteer fighters who are learning or who are, teaching.
Hey,
Look,
Hasan, do you
this
think
is
Ukraine
real.
part of
There
Russia
are
or
people
remain
who
a
are
buffer
fucking
state once the
hogs
war is
that are
over?
going out there, okay, because they want to see combat. And then, when they do end up seeing the combat, they're like, oh, never mind. This shit fucking sucks. Right? Rocks, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Okay? But then you have those guys who are they're telegenic. They know what to say on television. They're training people on how to clear rooms, breach, all that sort of good stuff, all this sort of fun stuff. And the guys that they were training weren't like, babushkas. Oh, Hasan explains how he became one of the top political pundits of our generation. Here's the blueprint. Yeah, this is out already. We did this like fucking so long ago. So long ago. I know a war is going on, but what are you going to do with all your saved daylight? I don't know. There's a huge wave of people denouncing standing with Ukraine on right-wing social media today. Many believe, as evidence in this video, that Russia invaded Ukraine in confirmation to and just like QAnon conspiracies. Dude, there is no better indication. This shit actually is showing once again that that these guys are incredibly fucking impressionable, incredibly malleable, okay? The fucking QAnon people. And not only that, but also on top of that, like libs that talk about Russia's, incredible influence on reactionary Americans. They're a little bit more right than I like to give them credit for, okay? Straight up. Like, cause of how fucking gullible these idiots are. All you need to do is just fucking, I don't know, just go into a Telegram group and basically tell them like, no, it's bioweapons. You're right. And they're doing it alongside Donald Trump. Yeah, but how many QAnoners are left? Like 10? I don't fucking know. This video of QAnon people getting interviewed is crazy. They're saying that Trump, Putin, and Xi are fighting together against the deep state. What? Bro, what is going on right now, dude? What the fuck is happening right now? The funniest thing is, like, in the eyes of all these, like, dumbass fucking libs, like, I'm the same as these dudes, okay? Like, I believe all this.
Some people out here who know the fucking truth.
FYI, Russia's attacking global child trafficking networks in Ukraine.
Ha! Not everybody's asleep, baby. Look at this shit. Look like somebody didn't agree with his message because they fucking broke the back of his window. That's what's up.
Can I just point out that the writing, kind of good. Like, whoever this soccer mom is, has like decent handwriting. You know, it's not easy to fucking write it like that well. Right? Isn't that crazy? Dude, why do they always think there's some giant secret conspiracy to stop some sort of trafficking? It's always that. Graphic design soccer moms. Yeah, wild. Let's see what this QAnon lady is saying. What the fuck?
I got a good idea what's going on in Ukraine. When they went into Ukraine and they found these labs, they believe that maybe that the deep state is possibly going to use a bioweapon on Russian people. Because they've been, just like they were collecting our DNA in China, they've been collecting their DNA as well.
Thanks for the content.
So Trump and Putin right now are the only ones successfully fighting against the deep state.
Well, I think as well as Xi too.
Who?
Xi.
Oh, Xi Jinping?
Mm-hmm.
So Xi Jinping is fighting against the...
He's a good guy.
Oh, so he's
What?
fighting against the...
What is going on? What is happening? Wait, I thought they fucking hated China. What's going on right now? Is there a global realignment right now? What the fuck are like the most reactionary hogs doing right now? Well, why are they like this?
Why? Because think about it. He's not part of the CCP.
Xi Jinping, do you think he's working with Putin and Trump against the deep state?
I think he probably is, yeah. Probably. I've heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard
Xi
that.
Jinping is working against...
Where have you heard that, lady? What the fuck? Yo, they have... Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. What are they putting in the fucking water, dude? What is happening? They're out there repairing the Sino-Soviet relations, as a matter of fact, alongside Donald Trump. Very good.
There is a conspiracy on Twitch for Hasan to use ads.
I've been
hourly as a
saying you have nothing to
distraction
lose
from
but
his
your
emotional
chains.
body.
The emancipatory forces are going to defeat capitalism together. That's right. There's a global new world order against the new world order. The liberal capitalist hegemonic status of the Western capitalist world is falling apart, crumbling at the hands of the Sino-Soviet relationship being repaired. That's right, baby. And Ukraine is where it starts. That's where I found out. On Telegram.
Good job, H.
Bro, you can literally teach these guys anything, I think. I do think that you can just like get them to believe anything. You can get them to believe that there won't be an ad at the top of the hour when there actually is an ad at the top of the hour. You can get them to believe that they can, you know, they don't need to avoid the ads. But when you can avoid the ads by subscribing for $5 or for free, with the Twitch Prime, that is, when the ad break comes. As long as you look like you're on their side and you just like, you know, use a couple trigger words and say like Trump is in support of this or whatever. Thank you, Shay No Name, for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. As long as you say like Donald Trump believes in this. Donald Trump believes in seizing the means of production. You know?
The deep state.
Modi also
Modi.
in India. Yeah, I've heard that.
Xi Jinping, Modi, Vladimir Putin,
Dude, all famously aligned with one another and all big allies of one another openly.
Donald Trump are all working against the deep state.
Right, and then you've got the White Hat Alliance, which is a lot of countries, you know, Canada, France.
He is part of the good guys. The reason I think that is because he's fixing to go into Taiwan. You wait and see what I tell you. When he gets into Taiwan, guess what he's going to find? More labs.
More biolabs.
That is all planned out, y'all. It's all planned. This is one big sting operation. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
Dude, I believe that too. That's got to be cool to just like live in fucking brain broken zone. You know what I mean? Like, Probably more fun than what we're experiencing. You know what I mean? Hey, they got them biolabs out there. They're stopping sex trafficking from happening. Like, it's insane. You're just like, it's like constantly tripping all the time. That's what it must be like. I mean, I guess it's like having schizophrenia. Huggin the nuts. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. And Ninja number 0. Thank you for the 5 get the subs as well.
So Xi Jinping, Putin, and Trump
That's
are
right.
the only ones fighting against the deep state and making sure that there are no bioweapons to
That's
be released.
right. Because if they do not
17
stop
months
them,
here.
they will
Love
release
this
them.
community.
And
I get the Trump and Putin thing, but throwing Chairman Xi Jinping, shout out to the chatter, into the mix is hilarious. What the fuck's going on? They all hated China and thought COVID was a bioweapon they made to destroy America little as 6 months ago. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, they can believe anything and everything, okay? They can believe anything and everything that you get them to, as long as you just wear the right hat and fucking tell them, like, tell people, like, hey, listen, Trump said this is good. Straight up.
And next time it'll be far worse than any fake coronavirus.
Wow.
I got a good.
He said, wow. Their opinions change with the wind, dude. It's very easy to manipulate them. It's awesome. They're crazy. What is this? What's Matt Iglesias saying now? Did the CIA lay off its coup orchestrators? What kind of client state is this? Messages continue to be sent to Washington from Riyadh. Wall Street Journal reports Saudi Arabia is in active talks with Beijing. Riyadh doesn't get to send messages to Washington. This is an absurd idea. We should have taken the oil. What the fuck? Bro, what is he saying right now? Bro, I mean, this is it. This is like, liberals are like this, okay? That's just how it is. Like, total mask off. I can't. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can literally search at TSN Media in Ukraine about surrogate mother scandal in 2020. What? Could you explain what lib means in this sense? Because Google only tells me that it's people that try to be objective or something. What? Chances pooped pants? Yeah, we need 1 billion. We need 1 billion of these guys, okay? 1 billion Matty Iglesias's. Oh, dude, there's so much news to cover. Holy fuck, I'm having a hard time keeping up with all this shit. Here is what Vladimir Putin from 2 hours ago had to say. He said, "Yes, of course." Oh, this is the what I was going to talk about. This is his attempt at reaching out to the. You know how Zelensky's like reaching out to the liberals? This is Vladimir Putin reaching out to the other side, okay? Is, of course, the West will bet on the so-called fifth column, on national traders, on those who earn money there, here with us, but live there. And they live not even in the geographical sense of the world, but according to their thoughts, according to their slavish consciousness. I do not at all judge those who have a villa in Miami or on the French Riviera, who can't do without foie gras, oysters, or the so-called gender freedoms. But the issue here is not in that, but in the fact that many of these people, by their very nature, are mentally located exactly there and not here. Not with our people, not with Russia. This is going to get so much worse for the Russian citizens living in Russia. This right here is a call to the rest of the Russian public that, hey, you fucking speak out of turn, we will say you are a Western, you're a Western agent. Okay? You fucking, you talk about like, you act like a Western degenerate, we will just say you're a Western spy, you're a Western agent, and we will fucking throw you in jail. This is, in their opinion, repeats a sign of belonging to a higher caste, to a higher race. Such people are ready to sell their own mother if only they were allowed to sit in the hallway of this very highest castle. They want to be like her, meaning caste, imitating her in every possible way. If they forget or do not understand at all, if they are needed by this so-called higher caste, then needed only as expendable material in order to use them to inflict maximum damage on our people. Inhales heavily. The collective West is trying to split our society, speculating on the combat losses, on the socioeconomic consequences of the sanctions, provoking a civil confrontation in Russia and using its fifth column to achieve its goal. Yeah, see? Every single person that has criticized Russian actions thus far, Russian combat thus far, every single person that is advocating against the war in Ukraine, saying that, like, it is not a good idea, is actually just an agent of chaos. They have infiltrated us from the outside. That's what they're saying. That's what he's saying. This is a justification for even further.
Reading out loud while I'm at work at HasanAbi Hassel.
Dude uses Windows XP. Yeah, apparently it's fucking more protected than anything else. That's what I've heard. Yes, a fifth column is any group of people who undermine a larger group from within, usually in favor of an enemy group or nation. Yeah, I know. Like, they used to say Muslims are fifth column. Like, Muslim immigrants are fifth column for terrorists. And in this case, he says people that are coming and getting money from the West.
Putin is bad. Hasri.
People who are getting money from the West or anyone and everyone that even repeats. XP is more vulnerable than 10? That's what I've heard. I don't know. It's just the way. The replies to your complex wid is already getting flooded by deranged Destiny fans. Lamau, they're about to come in here too, I bet. Yeah, they will never let me have anything, dude. It's just like they can't leave me alone.
18 months.
It's just how it is. I'm sure they'll cut plenty of shit out of that too and fucking lose their minds over it. They're all banned though, so they can't really say anything. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, Hasan, but my girlfriend knows about us now.
Своей цели. А цель одна, я уже говорил об этом. Разрушение России. Но любой народ, а тем более российский народ, всегда сможет.
But any people, and even more so the Russian people, will be able to distinguish true patriots from scum and traitors and simply spit them out like a... What? Midge? And simply spit them out like a midge that accidentally flew into their mouths? Like, what is that, like a fly? Spits out on the pavement. I'm convinced that such a natural and necessary self-purification of society will only strengthen our country, our solidarity, cohesion, readiness to respond to any challenges. Midge is kind of like a gnat. Okay, got it. Yeah. Again, this is going to get so much worse for the fucking Russians that live in Russia. It's going to get so much worse. He is directly signaling that he's just gonna fucking jail you if you say anything about the war. No, he's not gonna purify them by killing them. He's just gonna fucking jail them. But it's still unacceptable. It's like Turkey, dude. It's Turkey, straight up. He's pulling a fucking Turkey.
clothing 1/10.
Ryan Grimm is in the press pool again today. Shouts out to Ryan Grimm. Today, the White House press corps is continuing to ask why the U.S. sending javelins, etc., but won't send fighter jets. Why are you holding back? Psaki continues to explain why they don't want to escalate. Psaki just noted she's answered the question on the planes about 167 times. Welker says, well, here's the 168th. Last question got heated. Psaki tells a reporter urging the U.S. to send planes, since it's also sending rifles, that people should be able to understand the difference between fighter planes and pistols. Also, people don't understand. You can learn how to shoot a javelin missile, especially if you have a CIA, especially if you have a, like, unofficial.
Why do people compare Putin to Hitler when Hitler kills millions?
It's a good way to because Americans don't know history, okay? In the words of Felix Biederman, okay? Americans only know about World War II as far as history goes, and even when it comes to World War II, they don't even know World War II. That's it. Why are they making me feel sorry for Jen Psaki? So many documented killings of Ukrainian civilians. Also, I think the latest number is 43 hospitals bombed, but I guess both sides. I'm not doing a both sides. It's like completely morally abhorrent to fucking... I literally just got done talking about what the fuck Putin is doing both in Ukraine, but also in Russia too. Shut the fuck up. There is no both sides in this situation. Russian Foreign Ministry posted this video from yesterday. They're going to pick up and run with this narrative. No Nazism in Ukraine, they said. Ukrainian TV primetime. The host quotes Adolf Eichmann, SS Nazi, one of the major organizers of the Holocaust, and urges to kill all Russians, including children. No Nazism in Ukraine, they said. Dude, I don't understand why these motherfuckers literally, like, why on the Ukrainian side, they just straight up are like, no, you call us Nazis? Like, we are actually Nazis. You know what I mean? It's just, you're literally letting, I mean, it doesn't matter. No one really gives a shit on the West about what, like, the Russian propaganda looks like. But this will fucking legitimize it further in the eyes of, like, Russians that were maybe on the fucking fence. It doesn't matter. It's not a legitimate reason. But goddamn, dude, like, how, is it that difficult to just, like, take off the Nazi patch and just say that you're a Nazi? Or, like, just don't say it. What? Statement by the UCC president on Russian sanctions? Ottawa, national president of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, issued the following statement in response to being sanctioned by Russia together with much of the leadership of the UCC and Ukrainian Canadian community. LOL. Oh shit, I didn't realize Hasan was taking Russia's side in all this.
Being involved in this
Yeah, famously.
Or should we never
I'm super pro Russia. Super pro Russia. I love it. You're also totally pro Erdogan from what I remember. Of course, dude. Of course. I love him. I love Erdogan and Russia. Big fan of both. The only reason why I'm a fan of both is because they're not America. I just hate America. By the way, that's what my haters unironically believe. Like, they think I'm just like anti-America across the board, which I am in most circumstances because, you know, come on. For good reason. And that I'm also pro whoever is against America. Like, that's literally what they think. Anyway, here's the $800 million assistance package that we're sending into Ukraine. 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelin, 1,000 light anti-armor weapons. I think the 1,000 light anti-armor weapons are the Switchblade drones that we were talking about, that we showed you earlier. the 6,000 AT-4 anti-armor systems, 100 tactical unmanned aerial systems, 100 grenade launchers, 5,000 rifles, 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, and 400 shotguns. Over 20 million rounds of small arms and ammunition and grenade launcher and mortar rounds. Guys, don't make fucking jokes about like what I don't believe, because like people probably, I probably shouldn't do this because people 100% like clip that shit and then use it against me as they do time and time again. So let's just not even do that. Okay. Over 20 million rounds of small arms, ammunition, and grenade launcher and mortar rounds, 25,000 sets of body armor, and 25,000 helmets. In addition to weapons listed above, previous United States assistance committed to Ukraine includes over 600 anti-aircraft Stinger anti-aircraft systems, approximately 2,600 Javelin anti-armor systems, 5 Mi-17 helicopters, 3 patrol boats, 4 counter-artillery and counter-unmanned aerial system tracking radars, 4 counter-mortar radar systems. I mean, yada, 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 shotguns, machine guns, 40 million rounds, 70 high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles. This is why I say, like, Ukrainian sovereignty and Ukrainian wishes absolutely, completely rely on how much Americans and other NATO nations are willing to give to Ukraine. And even then, there is unfortunately a expiration date on Ukraine's
Why are we in
possible
Ukraine and Russia again? Feels like we should.
I mean, I don't even know if they're ever going to be able to do this, but like Ukraine's possible liberation from Russian involvement. Okay? You get it? In America, could they just be selling guns? If America could, they would be selling guns to both sides. Are these weapons gifts or are they backed by loans? I don't know, but it's a bit column A, bit column B, usually. It's not sovereignty if you're beholden to American capital. When has the United States ever freed anyone? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, this is like, in some ways, this is worse than Afghanistan. I don't know if we gave this many weapons to Afghanistan. I don't think we gave this many weapons to Afghanistan. And look what happened in Afghanistan. Okay? It's just a straight up proxy war. Wouldn't Russia look at this as a threat? We're literally supplying them the weapons to kill them. I mean, we've been doing that since day one. Dude, completely different cultures. Dude, please stop. Stop. Don't do this, okay? There is no, like...
Let's keep IT going, Hasan.
Just please, just keep your racism to yourselves, okay? No, dude, different culture. Like, Ukrainians can't be fucking... Ukrainians are you know, they're gonna know how to fucking use the guns appropriately. Like, human beings are the same regardless of their fucking culture. I need you to understand this, okay? So, like, Ukrainian or an Afghan person doesn't change the reality that, like, they're still have more guns in the hands of everyone is going to be ultimately worse overall. I mean, think about it. If you think like, oh, different cultures, like if you have an attitude like that, then you probably think the American whites are really just, you know, better than everybody else. But look at how fucking little resistance we have, or how little, not resistance, sorry, how little we demonstrate our you know, our capabilities in holding back when we have guns everywhere. They do not have prolific fanaticism. Who are you trying to convince? Wait, what? The Mujahideen, comprised of both moderate forces and also fundamentalists. The fundamentalist ones, we literally fucking beefed up and used as the #1 fighters against the USSR. It is almost... It is almost direct. Shut the fuck up! Fuck! God damn it, dude. Okay. I forgot where the fuck I was at. Oh, who am I trying to convince? Yeah, the Azov battalion or the Ukrainian territorial defenses that are being mounted are a 1-to-1 comparison with the Mujahideen. Like literally 1-to-1. You have the moderate northern Afghan coalition, okay, that was literally anti-Taliban. That was also a part of the Mujahideen. And then you had the other side of the Mujahideen, which turned into the Taliban. The Azov battalion being the Taliban. Azov battalion, 2,000 man, Omega Lol is such a fucking idiotic concept. Please stop doing this. Please stop saying it's just 1%, okay? That's where it fucking starts. But the main difference is, like you said, we funded the Mujahideen, not the Afghan government.
Why are we involved
Wait,
with two shitty countries
wait.
going at it?
What do you think happened? Yeah, we funded the Mujahideen, not the Afghan government. Exactly. Exactly. Who is the Afghan government now? Who was the Afghan government in the aftermath of the Afghan civil war? Let me think real quick. Let me think about that real quick for a second. The Taliban, motherfucker, that's who? What do you mean? If you get fucking invaded, then your country is going to become fucking far right. Understandably, you're gonna have nationalistic fervor. You do realize that the Ukrainian far right coalition didn't even get 1% in the 2020 election. First of all, the Svoboda Party got 2.3%, and that's still like 500,000 people, so shut the fuck up, okay? Secondly, you could say there are more Nazis in Germany in the AfD, which is also true, okay? And lastly, you like I've heard all of these talking points. It doesn't matter. We're the ones who are giving them money and giving them legitimacy, okay? So you're stupid. You're so stupid. Voter turnout is not like immediate representation, okay? And Ukraine right now is not the same as Ukraine in fucking 2019. I am saying that Russia is responsible for the rise in nationalism that is going to inevitably happen in Ukraine and is happening right now. Holy fuck. Can't possibly think this genuinely. Many of the exact same people who are heavily involved in Mujahideen have no relation to the Taliban. What the fuck, Hasan? What? Putin saying there are Nazis in Ukraine actually making more Nazis in Ukraine? No, Putin saying there are Nazis in Ukraine is inconsequential. Putin going into Ukraine and invading Ukraine will make more Nazis, though, in Ukraine. You are talking about a country that you cannot comprehend. We're talking about a country whose history you have not understood, you have never even looked into. You're talking about a country where more than half the country went and fought the Nazis, and then the other half stayed behind and collaborated with the fucking Nazis and executed 1.6 million Ukrainian Jews. The leader of the Ukrainian nationalist forces that collaborated with the Nazis because he thought that the Nazis would offer them a sovereign Ukrainian state, who is a famous nationalist, Stefan Bandera, 5'4", by the way, okay, was given a fucking medal in when was it? It was a couple years ago, not way before the Zelensky and Poroshenko, before all of that, but in 2010, yeah, he was given the highest honors. That not a single fucking Nazi collaborator in Ukraine was ever tried. Okay? So the history of nationalism in Ukraine is a complicated one. People are talking about how they recognize this Nazi collaborator as a person that is noteworthy. Yeah, they only revoked the medal due to technical reasons. And those technical reasons was that technically he wasn't a Ukrainian citizen, so he couldn't have it. Okay? The Ukrainian nation-state building project is a complicated one, and it's been ongoing for a very long time. Okay? And it's just so fucking sad and so stupid that I can't have this conversation at all without people immediately jumping on and being like, oh, so you support Putin then? Oh, so you support the denazification claims then? Of course not. Yeah, I told you they withdrew the medal because he wasn't technically Ukrainian. Okay? Nationalism can be seen as an emancipatory tool. And is. Like in the Haitian Revolution. Okay? And then you have nationalism when you are already a nation state. Being used to create a fascist nation state that is exclusionary to all minorities and marginalized communities. Okay? Talk about Pan-African nationalism. The point is, a lot of these dudes are just not good. They're just straight up not good. I'm sorry. Like the Azov Battalion dudes, they're not good. They are 1,000,000% just fucking neo-Nazis, and they don't even hide it. But because Russia is the irredentist or imperialist territorial superpower at their fucking doorstep, that actually has invaded Ukraine, it goes between the boundaries of acceptability. But a lot of those Azov Battalion dudes are not good dudes, okay? They're just not. They're straight up fucking neo-Nazis. They are football hooligans that turned into security contractors for Ukrainian oligarchs that have no fucking restraint with respect to using violence on civilians that are Ukrainian and Russian civilians as well. Historically speaking, both NATO and the United States of America and even fucking Russia uses the Wagner private military contractors, right? Always, historically speaking, every superpower has utilized the most reactionary forces as their fucking knife to wield, okay? because those guys are willing to do the bad shit. Those guys are willing to do the worst shit possible. And after you're done using them, they become the established authority.
Nazism and Nazi that Nazi this, but tell your Nazi mods that they need to take jokes. They're sensitive little shits.
Shut the fuck up. Didn't he call the Haitian Revolution a Nazi movement? Me? No. I said Pan-African nationalism or nationalism as an emancipatory tool can be good. Nationalism as an anti-imperialist force is good. Anti-colonial, anti-imperialist force. And because of that, I'm saying that there is a complicated history with nationalism, especially with Ukraine's history. I absolutely think it's justified, but it's so scary the entire world basically canceled an entire country. Wait, what? Dude, you don't get it. They voted out their old Nazi ways and corruption by getting Zelensky in. Okay, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. Because Zelensky himself is still very corrupt. Not a Nazi, but he's certainly corrupt. I mean, he was fucking named in the Panama Papers and everything. None of this justifies a Russian invasion of Ukraine, obviously, but by this logic, you could not arm any country under attack because it almost surely has Nazis in his army. First of all, if it were up to me, it'd be fucking awesome. Yes, demilitarize the entire planet. Use whatever reason you can to do that. So yes, I do agree with that. Okay, so yeah, good job on that take. Why did you think I would disagree with that? I love that. I'm anti-war across the board.
Talking about, which is giving rifles and pistols to
anyway,
many
let's
of them
watch this White House
farmers and
press
people
briefing
living in
for a little bit.
countrysides to defend themselves. I think there's a difference that most people recognize. Thank you everyone so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, never mind. We just ended it. How did a Jewish man end up as president in a historically largely Nazi national? It's not largely Nazi nationalist, dude. Why are you not hearing my words? A larger percentage of Ukrainians fucking fought in the front lines against Nazis. That's why I say it is a very, very complicated history. God doesn't want to hear your words, that's why. What the fuck? Also, I mean, you did say 50-50 earlier, so I get the confusion. No, that's not what I said. I quite literally said a larger percentage. I used exactly these words. Being as careful as I possibly can here, because I know people want to fucking selectively hear and shut off certain parts of it. Okay? I quite literally said a larger percentage of Ukrainians fought against the Nazis than joined the Nazis. Okay? But to people saying that you legit said 50-50, okay. The 50-50 comment is on the casualties on the Donbass region, yeah. No, it's not even a 51%. Just clip it, 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 just clip it. Shut the fuck up and clip it. But earlier you said half went to war while the other half stayed. I know what you meant, but bad faith will assume the worst. No, I said that and then I fucking followed it up by saying Actually, a majority fought against the Nazis, okay? 100%. Just clip it and send it back. And it doesn't even matter. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not 49% Nazis. Shut the fuck up. You guys are being so annoying. Our conversation proves Felix's point that Americans really don't know anything about World War II, especially in Eastern Europe. Lamau, yeah. Okay. There's so much more to talk about. There's the PBS Frontlines documentary. We talked about Putin talking about cancel culture and all this shit. Briefly, FT published a draft. We saw that. International Court of Justice orders Russia to immediately suspend all military operations that it started in Ukraine on February 24th. Oh, it's over. It's done. Let's go, boys. The war's done. Fuck yeah. It's done. Finally, the authorities got involved. Blinken had some takes on the matter. Here it is.
Are the United
Oh, God. I fucking love Morning Edition. I love Steven Skeep's voice, dude. What a brilliant voice he has.
States and its European allies capable of isolating China in the way that you've isolated Russia if China were to aid Russia beyond some certain point?
Well, China's already on the wrong side of history when it comes to Ukraine and the aggression being committed by Russia. The fact that it has not stood strongly against it, that it has not pronounced itself against this aggression, flies in the face of China's commitments as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council responsible for maintaining peace and security. It's totally inconsistent with what China says and repeats over and over again about the sanctity of the United Nations Charter and the basic principles, including the sovereignty of nations. And so we're looking to China to speak out, to speak up, and to be very clear. Second, of course, if China actually provides material support in one way or another to Russia in this effort, that would be even worse and something we're looking very carefully at. But I think this is doing real damage to China reputationally in Asia, in Europe, in Africa, and other parts of the world, something it has to pay a lot of attention to.
Okay.
Cities.
Frustrated by its efforts to swiftly take Ukrainian cities, Russia has resorted to the missile and artillery strikes. What does Blinken have to say about that?
Do we need to be prepared for the reality of the continued destruction of Ukrainian cities?
Steve, I'm afraid that we do. We've seen the brutality that Vladimir Putin has brought to this. We know his track record in Chechnya. We know the track record of what he's aided and abetted in Syria. I think we have to expect the same. And part of the reason we have to expect the same is that this has not gone according to Putin's plan. He anticipated that somehow they would go into to Ukraine. The Ukrainians would either somehow welcome them or at least fold their tents and move out. And of course, exactly the opposite has happened. You've got more than 40 million Ukrainians who are standing strong in opposition to Putin, to Russia, and who will never be subjugated to Russia.
Do we need to
Some have responded to the story by saying, in effect, irreversible. Putin's Russia could never be trusted not to try again. If that's the case, then you may have your answer to when the sanctions will be lifted. Yeah. Great. Okay, so never got it. So there's no reason to fucking try and solve this diplomatically. Okay, cool. Just kill. Just allow Putin to kill more Ukrainians. Totally. It seems like a good idea. Sorry. No, he wasn't. Zelensky wasn't in the Panama Papers. He was in the Pandora Papers. This Pandora Papers reveal offshore holdings of the Ukrainian president and his inner circle. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and his partners in comedy production own a network of offshore companies related to their business based in the British Virgin Islands, Cyprus, and Belize. Zelensky's current chief aide, Serhiy Sheffer, as well as the head of the country's security service, were a part of the offshore network. Offshore companies were used by Sheffer and another business partner to buy pricey London real estate. Around the time of his 2019 election, Zelensky handed his shares in a key offshore company over to Sheffer, but two appear to have made an arrangement for Zelensky's family to consider receiving money from offshore. Of course. But again, like, that's why I have joked about, like, for Ukrainians, like the actual Ukrainians living in Ukraine, their choices going to either be a Western-backed Ukrainian oligarch-backed guy or a Russian oligarch-backed guy. Okay? It's just standard shit. What in this is different from any U.S. politician? It's not. But I criticize U.S. politicians all the fucking time and say it's fucking disgusting. And then people don't turn around and say, oh, you hate America. Well, actually, they do say that. And then I say, yes, I do. So there is that too. You know what I mean? Could you say that a Western-backed oligarch would be a better long-term option to potentially promote democratic values in Ukraine? That's not a real thing. The idea of like democratic values being promoted is so stupid. That Atlantic Council article about regime change made it clear to me that NATO allies have grander ambitions than something as boring as peace talks. They see this as an opportunity to manufacture consent and weaken Russia, hoping for an opening to install a Western puppet so they can keep talking down or avoiding the idea of negotiations. I think the long-term plan for the United States of America in Ukraine is using Ukraine as a weapon against Russia to, yes, strangle Russia into endless conflict. And this isn't just my take. This is Hillary Clinton's take as well. They will, as always, use genuine Ukrainian sentiment of emancipation from Russian invasion as a justified reason to keep funneling money and telling everybody, do not fucking negotiate. Do not fucking negotiate. No matter what happens, do not negotiate with Russia. Okay? And ultimately, this will cause many, many Ukrainians to fucking die in the hands of Russian rockets and Russian artillery and Russian bombing campaigns. Do not misunderstand me. Russia is still the one doing the bombing. They are not like an autonomous, or they're still a human beings that are doing that. They are still at fault for doing that. Okay? Peace talks so far have shown that, in my opinion, Ukrainian demands have not been super open. Like, they haven't really mentioned what their demands are to the world, at least. But Russians have, according to the Financial Times. 15-point draft deal would involve Kyiv renouncing NATO ambitions in return for security guarantees. Okay. Ukraine and Russia have made significant progress on a tentative 15-point peace plan, and they've shown what the Russian side of that 15-point peace plan are. And I have described to you that this is what they would want time and time again, so it won't be shocking or confusing to you if you've been in here for a long enough time, that these were the ultimate goals of Russia in Ukraine. And yes, they do align with what Mersheimer's analysis was of Russia. The nature of the Western guarantees for Ukrainian security and their acceptability to Moscow could yet prove to be a big obstacle to any deal. Okay? But the proposed deal with Russian and Ukrainian negotiators discussed in full for the first time on Monday would involve Kyiv renouncing its ambitions to join NATO and promising not to host foreign military bases or weaponry in exchange for protection from allies such as US, UK, and Turkey, the people said. The nature of Western guarantees for Ukrainian security and their acceptability to Moscow could yet prove to be a big obstacle to any deal, as could the status of Ukrainian territory seized by Russia and its proxies in 2014. A 1994 agreement underpinning Ukrainian security failed to prevent Russian aggression against its neighbor. Okay? Although Moscow and Kyiv both said that they had made progress on the terms for a deal, Ukrainian officials remain skeptical Russian President Vladimir Putin is fully committed to peace and worry that Moscow could be buying time to regroup its forces and resume its offensive. Okay? That is the American State Department line, straight up. Putin showed no sign of compromise on Wednesday, vowing Moscow would achieve all of its war aims in Ukraine. We will never allow Ukraine to become a stronghold of aggressive actions against our country, he said. Mikhailo Podolyak, a senior advisor to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, told the Financial Times that the deal would involve the troops of the Russian Federation in any case leaving the territory of Ukraine. Of course it would. That's going to happen. That has to happen. That's actually to the benefit of Russia, because they would never be able to, as I've said, continue occupying Ukraine when there are 44 million Ukrainians, or 40 million now if you, let's say, in the end of this conflict, 4 million get displaced. There's still 40 million fucking Ukrainians and like hundreds of millions of guns and lead and anti-tank weapons. They would have to literally launch a 20-year, 30-year counterinsurgency battle in a country that does not allow them to occupy it. Okay? And if I can understand it here, then obviously Vladimir Putin can comprehend it as well. Captured since the invasion began the troops in the Russian Federation need to back away, namely southern regions along the Azov and Black Seas, as well as territory to the east and north of Kyiv. For the record, if Ukraine was defeating Russia militarily, these territories would not have been captured by Russia. Okay? You got duped time and time again in the news. Time and time again in the news, you got fucking duped. People kept constantly telling you, oh, dude, Ukraine is like pushing, Ukraine is destroying Russia. Ukraine is destroying Russian forces. Look at all these bombed out Russian tanks. Okay? And you thought there was a false sense of security. That like Russia was using all of their fucking forces. Wait, why did you time out Azure Scapegoat? Wait, he's a fucking dirty little commie. Oh, dude, he's making a Posadas joke. Azure Scapegoat is actually a cool content creator on YouTube. Atomic Wars, and I know you probably fucking clapped him because he was self-promoting, but here. Atomic war is inevitable. It will destroy half of humanity. It is going to destroy immense human riches. It is very possible. The atomic war is going to provoke a true inferno on Earth, but it will not impede communism. And then he scratched that off and said Ukrainian sovereignty. Making a joke. Making a Posadist accelerationist joke. So, where were we? Oh, we were talking about the Russian demands. Russian demands are as follows. Hold on. Let's see if they have a fucking footnote of all of them here. Come on, why? The article, the tweet leading to this article is better than the fucking article. Okay. Russia ceases fire and withdraws. Ukrainian neutrality without NATO. Kyiv keeps its army but can't host foreign bases. Russian gets legal status in Ukraine. There it is. This is definitely progress, but it's a very difficult progress. It's very hard to see how they could ever agree on Crimea and Donbass. Ukraine can't give up the territory, and Kyiv worries Russia could just be playing for time to replenish its army and start a new offensive. Russian legal status is what has been confusing for a lot of people in this chat. When I brought it up earlier, they are just talking about in areas where there are a lot of Russian speakers or ethnic Russian Ukrainians, like Ukrainian nationals that are Russian speakers, can and should be allowed to continue learning in Russian if they want to, and that it's like Quebec. You know what I mean? Like the difference between a Quebecer and an Anglophone and a Francophone is nothing. It's marginal, okay? But if you ask a Quebecer, they'll say, oh my God, it's the biggest deal. It's the fucking most important deal, okay? And for the record, where people say there are Russian schools in Ukraine right now, okay, good. Then it shouldn't be that difficult. Then it's not a crazy demand. But I worry that Zelensky's chief of staff or others in Zelensky's circle are not going to be comfortable with any of these demands.
Your take, if you can, on the news we heard just a short time ago from President Zelensky, who said the Russians are getting more realistic in their negotiating positions. What?
That's false, by the way. For the record, these were the demands from day one. The denazification and the demilitarization of Ukraine is bullshit, okay? That was always fucking bullshit. The real demands are these ones that they've mentioned here. It's true. Nah, you're bullshit. No, you just don't want to fucking... You don't want to... It's just pure liberalism, okay? To fucking turn around and be like, no, they have the workings of someone who... They have the workings of someone who I can't even talk right now. My brain is fucking freezing. They want the entirety of Ukraine. They want the entirety of Ukraine. They want the entirety of Ukraine. They want the entirety of Ukraine is what liberals kept saying. But the one nation between Ukraine and Russia and the denazification and shit are justifications for Russians, okay? That's not their actual fucking goal. Their actual goal is Crimea being Russian territory, recognized as Russian territory, okay? Most likely to not interrupt the water going into Crimea from Ukrainian canals that were built during the USSR, okay? So that's, again, completely reasonable. The recognition of Donbass as autonomous while still maintaining Donbass as inside the Ukrainian borders, because that gives them a better opportunity to fucking, have a say in what happens in Ukraine's foreign policy, okay, rather than full-blown severance from Ukraine. So does Putin not genuinely believe what he says to the public? Bro, what do you think country leaders do? Of course he doesn't believe anything he says to the public. What politician believes anything they say? What do you think? Kristen Sinema in America is like actually a fucking centrist and like genuinely cares about civility, and that's why she's making sure that like poor people fucking die? What do you mean? There's something very weird about the way we when we look at like foreign nations, especially foreign adversaries, we completely fucking forget in a weird way that like they operate very similarly to our leaders. They're tricksters, they're liars, of course they are.
What does that mean?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we see this from negotiation process that in the beginning, Russians have very overestimated understanding of its own army, and they underestimated Ukraine. And now we see that on the negotiation process that they are more concrete what's going on about this war. They understood how many people they lost in this war, and they understood that Ukrainian army is much stronger than they expected before the war started. And this makes the negotiation position of Ukraine stronger and better, and we continue this negotiation to have peace on our territory.
Can you give me any specifics about how the Russians have changed or what they're now asking for?
This is more from negotiation room. As I understand, this is from what they are discussing, how they are discussing. So this is more about tone of the negotiations, about the spirit of negotiation as for today. This is still going on in negotiation, and even the moment we're talking now, they are still ongoing.
Did you watch your complex video, King? No, not yet. I will, though. Your analogy on China putting military bases in Canada really helped me understand how Ukraine being in NATO is a huge red line for Russia. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that, like, you know, this is a fucking independent nation with its own interests, goals, and also reasonable amount of international power as a consequence of being an energy provider through a network of relationships that they have with other energy providers, such as OPEC+. Ultimately, they're not like, they're nothing in comparison to American global power and dominance, but that doesn't mean that they can't fucking bully countries within their reach. Do you support war or something? NATO having Ukraine isn't a deal breaker for Russia? What? Oh, he's fucking baiting me. He says, don't tell him. Take a week off. Nice bait, dude. Yeah, the only deal breaker is the top of the hour ad break not being served, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. Deal breaker if I don't serve you those ads, okay? I have to serve them to you. I have to serve them up, baby. That's the real deal breaker that nobody wants you to hear about or know about. Yeah. Get fucking baited. Get jebaited. Woo! Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Twitch Prime is free, though. Ukraine passes language law irritating president-elect and Russia. This was back in 2019, by the way. This is what we're talking about with respect to, like, Tommy Cole, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. This is like part of what they're talking about when they say like the recognition of the legality of the Russian language. Countries do this shit all the time. I'm Turkish, motherfucker. We do this to the Kurdish people. You know? The only difference in this situation is that the Kurds have no power, and Turkey is the large nation bullying them and destroying them, and their any sort of like cultural autonomy that they might want to establish. Whereas Russians are a gigantic state and are able to enforce their interests by taking incredibly violent actions, even like this one, if this is something that they want to do. Okay? Now let's hear what Zelensky had to say. In a joint session in Congress, the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky this morning made some requests from the American government.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Americans, friends, I'm proud to greet you from Ukraine, from our capital city of Kyiv, a city that is under missile and airstrikes from Russian troops every day, but it doesn't give up. And we have not even thought about it for a second. Just like many other cities and communities in our beautiful country, which found themselves in the worst war since World War II. I have the honor to greet you on behalf of the Ukrainian people, brave and freedom-loving people who for 8 years have been resisting the Russian aggression. Those who give their best sons and daughters to stop this full-scale Russian invasion. Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future, against our desire for happiness, against our national dreams, just like the same dreams you have, you Americans, just like anyone else.
I will hide when other stuff comes up. This is just his statements. I believe up to like 11 is just his takes, and then it goes into the casualties and stuff, so it'll be bad.
In the United States, I remember your national memorial in Rushmore, the faces of your prominent presidents, those who laid the foundation of the United States of America as it is today, democracy, independence, freedom, and care for everyone, for every person, for everyone who works diligently, who lives honestly, who respects the law. We in Ukraine want the same for our people. All that is normal part of your own life. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Americans, in your great history, you have pages that would allow you to understand Ukrainians, understand us now, when you need it right now, when we need you right now. Remember Pearl Harbor, terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th.
How the fuck would they remember Pearl? Who remembers Pearl Harbor, bro? What? The only person that can remember Pearl Harbor is like Dianne Feinstein, probably. I mean, she's not even... Can't.
A terrible day in 2001 when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields, when innocent people were attacked from air. Yes, just like no one else expected it. You could not stop it. Our country experience the same every day, right now, at this moment, every night, for 3 weeks now. Various Ukrainian cities, Odessa and Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy, Zhytomyr and Lviv, Mariupol and Dnipro. Russia has turned the Ukrainian sky into a source of death for thousands of people. Russian troops have already fired nearly 1,000 missiles at Ukraine, countless bombs. They use drones to kill us with precision. This is a terror that Europe has not seen for 80 years, and we are asking for a reply, for an answer to this terror from the whole world. Is this a lot to ask for, to create a no-fly zone over Ukraine to save people? Is this too much to ask? Humanitarian no-fly zone, something that that Russia would not be able to terrorize our free cities. If this is too much to ask, we offer.
Yes. Like, I mean, it is. And America will not do it.
An alternative. You know what kind of defense systems we need, S-300 and other similar systems. You know how much depends on the battlefield, on the ability to use aircraft, powerful, strong aircraft.
Give us
To
S-300s.
protect our people, our freedom, our land, aircraft that can help Ukraine, help Europe. And you know that they exist and you have them, but they are on earth, not in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian sky. They do not defend our people. I have a dream. These words are known to each of you. Today I can say, I have a need.
Does he not realize it would cause World War III? Guys, why would he give a fuck about World War III? He's already in the World War. Hello? Like, I get why he's saying it. I don't fault Zelensky for asking for a no-fly zone. I don't fault Ukrainians for asking for a no-fly zone. They're in war. They're being fucking dunked on by Russian forces. He's going to say whatever the fuck he can. No, I didn't miss the MLK quote. Dude, he is literally lubing up every American. That's what he's doing here, okay? He's like, please give us a no-fly zone. Except, you know, the American government, which normally loves no-fly zones, the reason why most Americans don't even understand what a fucking no-fly zone entails and has been advocating for it is quite literally because of our love for no-fly zones and how much we have misrepresented what it actually is, because we could do it to other countries like Libya, okay? That very same American government is not going to give a no-fly zone to Ukraine because they're Holocaust.
I need to protect our sky. I need your decision, your help, which means exactly the same you feel when you hear the words, I have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Ukraine is grateful to the United States for its overwhelming support, for everything that your government and your people have done for us, for weapons and ammunition, for training, for finances, for leadership in the free world, which helps us to pressure the aggressor economically. I'm grateful to President Biden for his personal involvement, for his sincere commitment to the defense of Ukraine and democracy all over the world. I am grateful to you for the resolution which recognizes all those who commit crimes against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people as war criminals. However, now, it is true, in the darkest time for our country, for the whole Europe, I call on you to do more. New packages of sanctions are needed constantly, every week, until the Russian military machine stops. Restrictions are needed for everyone on whom this unjust regime is based. We propose that the United States sanctions all politicians in the Russian Federation who remain in their offices and do not cut ties with those who are responsible for the aggression against Ukraine, from State Duma's members to the last official who has lack of morale to break the state terror. All American companies must leave Russia from their market, leave their market immediately, because it is flooded with our blood. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, please take the lead. If you have companies in your districts who finance the Russian military machine leaving business in Russia, you should put pressure. I am asking to make sure that the Russians do not receive a single penny that they use to destroy people in Ukraine. The destruction of our country, the destruction of Europe. All American ports should be closed for Russian goods. Peace is more important than income, and we have to defend this principle in the whole world. We already became part of the anti-war coalition, a big anti-war coalition that unites many countries, dozens of countries, those who reacted to, in principle.
Chances poop pants. You have to stop trolling, okay? Because there are people who legitimately agree with what you're saying. Like, normally I laugh at what you're saying all the time, but when you say stuff like, why is it so hard? Just have the ICJ impose the no-fly zone. They have the authority of international law. WTF? I know you're joking because I know you're always trolling. Except there are liberals who unironically have that exact perspective that you are stating here. Okay?
To President Putin's decision to invade our country, but we need to move on and do more. We need to create new tools to respond quickly and stop the war, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th. And it would be fair if it ended in a day, in 24 hours, that evil would be punished immediately. Today, the world does not have such tools. The war of the past have prompted our predecessors to create institutions that should protect us from war, but they unfortunately don't work. We see it, you see it, so we need new ones, new institutions, new alliances, and we offer them. We propose to create an association, U24, United for Peace, a union of responsible countries that have the strength and consciousness to stop conflicts immediately, provide all the necessary assistance in 24 hours, if necessary, even weapons, if necessary, sanctions, humanitarian support, political support, finances, everything you need to keep the peace and quickly save the world, to save lives. In addition, such association, such union could provide assistance to those who are experiencing natural disasters, man-made disasters, who fell victims to humanitarian crisis or epidemics. Remember how difficult it was for the world to do the simplest thing, just to give vaccines against COVID to save lives, to prevent new strains. The world spent months, years.
You know liberals are like, vaccines? Pog. He's hitting all the high notes, baby.
Doing things like that much faster to make sure there are no human losses, no victims.
I know the video's coming up. It's coming at like 11:30.
If such alliance would exist today, that is U24, we would be able to save thousands of lives in our country. In many countries of the world, those who need peace, those who suffer inhumane destruction. I ask you to watch one video of what the Russian troops did in our country, in our land. We have to stop it. We must prevent it, preventively destroy every single aggressor who seeks to subjugate other nations. Please watch the video.
Fuck. The quality of the video is terrible. He's just like showing bombings and stuff, but apparently there's like dead babies and shit in it, you know? Are you endorsing censorship? No, my friend. I am a Twitch streamer, so Twitch has a different set of rules when it comes to you know, allowing the showing of graphic footage. Yeah, there's just straight dead babies in there. Holy fuck. Not gonna lie, it's funny watching you watch it with overly sad music. I don't know if the music is needed. I mean, he's just trying to. They're just trying to. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay. They're just, you know, trying to fucking create as much. Create as much emotion in the hearts of Congress, while simultaneously asking. WAPO streamed it live this morning? Yeah, but that's the Washington Post. And I'm sure the Washington Post stream didn't have 37,000, 38,000 fucking watchers. And a lot of those fucking watchers... Okay, I'm going to skip through the video because there's clearly no the narration is just... And it ends with this, okay? Here's what it ends with. Close the sky over Ukraine. Now, Washington Post is not going to get fucking banned for this because the Washington Post does not have psychotic haters that are fucking watching every thing that they do specifically so they can mass report it as well. So yeah, close the sky over Ukraine is the final message. That's the reason why they dropped the video.
And in the end, to sum it up, today it's not enough to be the leader of the nation. Today it takes to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Peace in your country doesn't depend anymore only on you and your people. It depends on those next to you, on those who are strong. Strong doesn't mean weak. Strong is brave and ready to fight for the life of his citizens and citizens of the world, for human rights, for freedom, for the right to live decently and to die when your time comes, and not when it's wanted by someone else, by your neighbor. Today, the Ukrainian...
We are not currently in the real scary part of this. The real scary part of this conversation is when the American media start talking about how maybe Russia won't actually launch the nukes after all. I mean, what assurances do we have that Russia will even launch those nukes? We should still do a no-fly zone. Because right now, we're still like, no-fly zone, no-fly zone, no-fly zone. It's good. It's great. A lot of people haven't realized like what that entails. Once they realize that that means automatic nuclear holocaust, then the media will change the narrative to the second to the second move that they always do, which is they won't do it. And you haven't heard that yet. That's Act 2. That's going to be way worse.
People are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world, sacrificing our lives in the name of the future. That's why today the American people are helping not just Ukraine, but Europe and the world to keep the planet alive, to keep justice in history. Now I'm almost 45 years old. Today my age stopped when the hearts of more than 100 children stopped beating I see no sense in life if it cannot stop the death. And this is my main mission as the leader of my people, great Ukrainians. And as the leader of my nation, I am addressing the President Biden. You are the leader of the nation, of your great nation. I wish you to be the leader of the world. Being the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine.
That dude who recorded a video about Ukraine cutting up passports was a Boogaloo boy. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's really, really funny, actually. Like, remember, by the way, I was wrong when I said that video was fake. We watched this video yesterday. Now we have a little bit more evidence that it may not have been fake. Russia would also be erased from this earth too. It doesn't matter, dude. Of course you did. You always jump to breaking news. I mean, it wasn't even breaking news at the time. It was something that a chatter sent me. The real reason why I'm mentioning that I thought it was fucking fake. Well, yesterday we thought it was fake. Today we think it's funny. No, I thought it was funny even yesterday. I actually mentioned it yesterday on, while I do think that this looks pretty fake without any additional evidence, I still think it's hilarious even if it was real. Because what the fuck did you think was going to happen if you literally went to Ukraine? So the only way that we can stop death is more death. I'm starting to really hate Zelensky. Okay, chill the fuck out. He has nothing. He has nothing. He's got nothing. But look, okay, I'm like way ready for Z to be the world president right now. Just hand it over to him. God, I'm such a hopeless lib. Fuck it, let's go. Dude, this dude literally has a fetish. Like, this is a fetish for him. Faustini the greatest. He unironically gets off on just like saying the most like insane shit in the chat. So he has to be trolling. Yesterday he was claiming the leader of NATO was a socialist. Yeah, dude. He is trolling, pretty sure. Or he's just like that brain broken. Anyway. Video is real, but he's lying. Video statement provided to me by an American working with the Georgian Legion in Ukraine. He says the recent viral video about the American volunteers getting the passport cut up is false. And that they were kicked out for failing the vetting process 2 parts.
Hello, Harrison Josephowitz here. Georgian Legion here. What we can say is whatever may or may not be circling right now from Henry Locke, it is completely false.
Dude, this story keeps getting better and better and better, dude. I love this. I love this. I love the story. I'm so happy that these fucking Ohio boys are going out there. I'm sorry. It's purely for my selfish pleasure. It's a win-win. You know, they might actually liberate Ukraine process, which is heavily unlikely. But more importantly, like, I have to be true to my original take, which is send Kyle Rittenhouse to Ukraine. And now You got a bunch of fucking Kyle Rittenhouses trying to go to Ukraine, baby. And I love that, dude.
No threat ever was made by the Georgian legions as us, as a humanitarian organization working directly with the Georgian Legion, was ever threatened. No Georgian Legion ever threatened us with a rifle or anything of that nature. The leader of the Georgian Legion, Mamuka, I had a conversation with him. I expressed my concerns for my humanitarian organization, that the military base that we were using, that they offered to us, was not the best place to have a humanitarian non-combat element. Now, yes, there is a part of my organization that we can get into contact with direct action groups if that's what they want to do. So with that being said, we came to the agreement that it was best for both of us for us to move off the Georgian Legion military base. With that being said, we still have a very, very professional relationship with the Georgian Legion. We have plenty of shipments of everything that they've ever needed coming in.
Bro, saying Jens Stoltenberg is a socialist is almost as fucking idiotic as like saying numerous other socialist party members in like Latin American countries that aren't actually fucking socialist are socialist. A tactic applied by the American State Department regularly to say, oh, well, look, these guys are fucking woke too. They're leftists. Okay, please stop. Jens Stoltenberg. There is no, like, you can't. Bro, it's like saying the fucking head of the World Bank is a socialist, okay?
I can't give specifics for OPSEC, but yes, we do have, we're still giving them loads and loads of gear, armor, medical supplies, everything. The only slightly bit of truth to it was a Georgian Legion contract of 3 months, and that was it. It's no big deal, but you know, at the end of the day, it really makes things look bad here because we have a vetting process, and himself, Henry Locke, and another.
It's like living in a mansion and calling yourself socialist. Yes, it's like driving a fucking expensive car and calling yourself socialist. Oh wait, those are fucking purely aesthetics, okay, and have nothing to do with what your job is. It's like if I literally spent every goddamn day of my life talking about how neoliberalism is incredible and it's really sick and it's really good and told you all the time that like NATO is really good and then turned around and said I was a socialist and you were like, hey man, maybe you're not a fucking socialist considering, or an anti-imperialist really, considering your fucking attitude towards neoliberalism and your attitude towards like NATO, which is in a coalition formed with the express purpose of, you know, destroying the rot of communism and socialism in Europe in the aftermath of World War II. That's what that's like, okay? And there are people like that out there. Stoltenberg's first steps in the politics came in his early teens when he was influenced by his sister Camilla, who at the time was a member of the then Marxist-Leninist Youth Red Group. Yeah, so was fucking Van Jones. Would you say Van Jones is a socialist? He was literally a Maoist third worldist in San Francisco. Opposition to Vietnam was his triggering motivation. Okay, you know who else was a socialist by this very same metric? Jordan B. Peterson. Do you think Jordan Peterson was a socialist? He was literally in the NDP. Please stop. The moment that you are literally in charge of NATO, you're not a socialist. You're just not. It's so stupid. I am struggling to remember when NATO attacked Russia. They didn't. They actually helped Russia a lot by led by a man named John Gladio. Google NATO Gladio. They give care packages in Europe to help Russia or to help the Soviet. To help European nations. The execution of that wasn't great.
another individual, they did not pass our vetting process. And this is in direct.
I've never seen someone that spread a constant stream of bullshit like that and not get banned here, but I guess it's so ridiculous. It's kind of funny, so worth keeping. Because their bad faith liberalism does not actually fucking turn its crosshairs towards me personally. I won't ban you if you're a bad faith liberal that is just saying like silly, naive things about how the fucking top dog at NATO is a socialist. Like, that's just silly shit. We can laugh about that. I'll ban you if you're a bad faith liberal who comes in here and is like, you love Vladimir Putin. You have sex with Vladimir Putin on a regular basis. He flies in on his private jet and you suck him. Okay? Like, or whatever the fuck. Or people that go to the furthest extents and even say like, I love Hitler too.
Retaliation to them being rejected through our vetting process. And that is exactly why we have a vetting process to stop this.
All right, Norwegian leftist here. Jens is a lib. Do people forget the bombing of Libya for Western interest? Thank you, MVNXI.
Are those kind of mindset people from getting here, from helping us out. Being said,
they said our base was hit.
The whole border crossing thing, we have had people that have crossed the border and have had no issue with getting themselves and military gear back into Poland. That is, again, 100% completely false. They are not cutting up passports. They are not doing anything of that nature.
Hasan, you know damn well I don't speak like that. What do you sound like then? Not like this.
If you have a foreign passport of any kind, you can freely move between the open border. Oh, and one more thing. They said that our base was hit. Well, I'm still here. And so are the multiple amount of Brits that were there with us and the Americans that were there with us. Everybody is still here. That base was not hit in the slightest. The base that was hit was 30 kilometers away. I can't confirm if there were Americans or Brits there. We tried our hardest to confirm that, but we weren't able to gather any viable intel on that. We actually sent our medics and our medical supplies to that base to help out with the wounded and the injured in that base. So our base was not hit at all. It was never, it wasn't. It's completely false. I couldn't believe when I saw this video, I could not believe what was happening with it. So, you know, just to get the good word out there that we still have a lot of people here, and those are just 3 people who, between themselves, they wanted to cross the border and mass paranoia set in. And we actually didn't trust them anymore, so we rejected them from my organization's pipeline as well, because of everything that was being said and everything that was being talked about to different people. So, you know, it's really poor to see this happen. But again, that's why we have vetting processes in place. So if you guys have anything for me, you know where to reach out to me. See you guys.
One unconfirmed video against another unconfirmed video. I mean, truth is somewhere in the middle. But ultimately, it's still pretty funny that these dudes went in and were like, oh, hell yeah, let's do it. Another video posted responding to the viral video about the Georgian Legion this time from the guy next to Henry in the first video.
I'm going to address the video in person while I've got them. I'm getting all the gear you need, and also I'm donating. Hey guys, it's Mike here. I'm going to address the video in person while I've got a moment. I haven't made a video in a while, so this.
Bro, this homie has COVID. The Georgian Legion and the Ukrainian Foreign Legion are different. The Ukrainian one requires you to commit until martial law is over. The Georgian one requires 6 months, but their commander just told me you can leave before if you sign a release and return your weapon. Yes, he misspoke in the video and said 3 months, but I confirmed it's 6. Look at the Daily Wire, dude. Look at the Daily Wire doing fucking investigative reporting here. Another video posted responding to the viral video. This time it's next to Henry, who was in the video with him, part 2. So the real thing is he did go out there. Okay, and he tried to get out. And he was fearful and most likely wanted to like beef up the story a little bit. You know how it is. Do something and then you want to add like a little bit more seasoning, a little bit more flavor to the story. Make it seem like you're not just like tucking your tail and running, but instead you're not only just like running against the Russian forces, but you're running against the Georgian brigade that you were a part of. Just real TikTok shit, dude. Who's his brow artist? I mean, I don't know. What is this? This bill authorized the president to issue letters of marque and reprisal to privately armed individuals and entities to seize the assets of certain Russian citizens. Go get that W, boys. Wait, what? No fucking shot. Just Mark. Sorry. Bro, are you fucking insane? This is insane. This is actually insane. Like, I'm in favor of expropriation, right? But like letting fucking random civilians with guns try to do that shit. Oh my Lord, that is completely incredible. Like, so unacceptable. What the fuck? About 400 bulletproof vests destined for Ukraine were stolen from a New York City nonprofit organization that has been leading an effort to collect and ship tactical gear. What?
With who?
What the fuck? Uh-oh. Time to move into your new New York City apartment, poggers. Nah, it's chill, man. Yeah, no, totally. I don't know what the extent of this is, like what this would look like. I don't know where it would go, but I can see it being terrifying. If you were to allow people to go, here's the summary. Let's see. This bill authorized the president to issue letters of marque and reprisal to privately armed individuals and entities to seize the asset of certain Russian citizens. Specifically, the holder of such a letter shall be authorized to employ all means reasonably necessary to seize any assets, such as a yacht or a plane outside of the United States that belongs to a Russian citizen on the Office of Foreign Asset Controls list, specifically designated nationals and blocked persons. Ukrainian parliament backs bill to seize Russia-owned assets in Ukraine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Under the law, this was March 3rd. Under the law, the government can suggest which assets to confiscate to the Security Council, which must then give its approval for their transfer to state ownership. Yes, it's what you are describing. What you are saying in the chat is literally correct. This is state-sponsored piracy. Like we're back in like the fucking monarch days. You know what I mean? We're talking Britland shit, boys. Okay? Yeah, that's what this is. Now, the extent of this is going to be a little bit worrisome. You know? When I say piracy, I don't mean like the cool kind of piracy that we do now. Well, I guess back then, some of the pirates were cool too. They were like gay as hell and pretty communist for the most part before that ever existed even as a concept. And then there were others like that fucking coward piece of shit Blackbeard, who literally originally was an abolitionist and anti-slavery, only to then literally take all of the fucking slaves that he had freed and used and sold them back to the Americans for some land. Fuck Blackbeard. All my homies hate Blackbeard, okay? Not a coward, that's just business? Yeah, fuck him, dude. Piece of shit. I guess once a slaver, always a slaver, you know? You can take the... I guess... Yeah, you can take the kid out of the plantation, which Blackbeard was a part of originally. He's the son of a slaver. But you can't take the plantation out of the kid. Actually made me so sad. It was such a fucking... What a betrayal. Updated Biden photo on the State Department website. Oh, stop. Why do you know this? What do you mean? American history. Yes, I'm talking about the pirate. Yes. Pirates were the beginning of nations. Buckminster's Fuller's book goes over this in his book, Spaceship Earth. No, pirates are sick. I mean, old school pirates. Some of them were super cool, and others were not. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, of course the Koch industries, they are not going to stop operating in Russia. Yeah. Remember, guys, I mean, this is kind of how they started. Like, not pulling out of Russia now is incredibly in line with the history of the Koch brothers, or Grandpa Koch, if we're being, you know. Yeah. The Hamburg oil refinery built by Winkler Koch Co. became key, according to several German historians I talked to Hitler's war efforts. By the time they built it, it was already clear that Hitler had very major military ambitions, but one of the things he was unable to do was refine high-octane oil for warplanes. What this plant did was create that capacity, and it eventually supplied much of the fuel that was needed for Hitler's Luftwaffe. He was not a Nazi, and I certainly don't suggest that in the book, but he was an American businessman looking for a good deal, and he was looking all over the world to see how he could make some money. Oddly, and what's been known before, is before working under Hitler's Third Reich, Fred Koch had worked for Stalin, where under Stalin's first 5-year plan, Fred Koch had built up the Russian and the Soviet oil refineries and really gave huge muscle to the oil industry in the Soviet Union. One of my favorite Koch stories of all time. That's just business, baby. He don't give a fuck, okay? And in order to get permission, they actually had to go to Hitler himself, and William Rhodes Davis did the Heil Hitler to greet Hitler, and finally they got Hitler to greenlight this proposal so they could build an oil refinery in Hamburg. Yup. They don't give a fuck. Unlike you, they have a rich mindset. Exactly, dude. That's, boys, that's called, is that how Koch's name? Yeah, no, that's how you say Koch. Koch brothers. Guys. I don't think you understand. Okay? You think what Fred Koch, the patriarch of the family, was doing in 1933 in 1934 and 1935 was inappropriate because he went from working with Stalin and beefing up their industrial capacity to Nazi Germany and helping them in their war efforts is bad. He doesn't. It's called the Sigma grind set, baby. That's what it's called. Yeah, fund both sides. Give them the productive capabilities to wage war on both sides. That's the fucking Koch guarantee, baby. Think they're gonna stop fucking drilling in Russia because Vladimir Putin is a bad guy? These motherfuckers worked with Hitler and Stalin. What makes you think they would stop at Vladimir Putin? You silly bitches. I wake up at 4:30 a.m. every goddamn morning and drill, baby. I put my dick right in the ground and frack the Lord's green earth for every ounce of delicious fracking juice it gives me. The fuck out of here. Imagine, dude. Imagine. Oof. Someone in the chat said, oh, I can't drink Diet Coke anymore. No, Coca-Cola Company also worked with the Nazis throughout Nazi Germany. That's how they developed Fanta. Another fun fact. There isn't anything on my chin. It's white hair. Most likely. Can you elaborate on that, sir? Okay. You think the Coca-Cola Company should probably stop working with Nazi Germany because, you know, they're the enemy and all. Right? You think they should stop collaborating with the Nazis. Right? Well, I think that's an opportunity for business, baby. That's right. If we can't sell them Coca-Cola, the delicious brown beverage, then we'll create a new concoction with all of the limited resources that we have inside of Nazi Germany. And we'll call it Fanta. Want a Fanta? Don't you wanna? Want a Fanta? That's right. It's called Sigma Grind Set. We will make sure that every fucking Nazi gets to keep sucking down on our delicious beverages, no matter what. I'm not going to do this for every company because I would have to do it for every American company, okay? Like, I would have to literally do this for IBM. I would have to do this for Henry Ford. I would have to talk about every American industrialist and their fucking, wonderful perspective on Nazi Germany, okay? Okay, we're done with the Koch Industries shit. And the letters of marque. And let's hear from Candace Owens. Candace Owens, having claimed Hitler was fine until he started operating outside of Germany's borders, now turns her historical expertise to Ukraine. By the way, a lot of the liberals that got mad at me for saying Hitler's annexation of Austria would be like 8th on the list of horrible things that he did, are probably in agreement with Candace Owens, right? Because that's the Candace Owens take. Like, because my statement on that was quite literally the opposite of the Candace Owens take, which is there's like a bunch of other stuff that's a little bit more important than Hitler's annexation of Austria. Not even 8th. I just wanted to be nice in the fucking in a heated moment.
We've got some mean tweets that I haven't seen yet, so we're going to read some of them. This is going to be fun. Oh, someone said to me, okay, I guess this was in response to a tweet where I said, I'm the only person who has considered how pulling out of Afghanistan and starting a war with Russia are related from an energy policy perspective. And Anthony said, hey, McFly, We didn't start a war with Russia. Putin didn't even start a war. He started a genocidal colonization. Where are you? Ukraine is defending itself and the rest of the world from an authoritarian regime.
And the rest of the world
Is fossil fuel.
I can't believe this.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, Ukraine is defending the rest of the world, dude. Like, what is wrong with liberals, dude? Listen, no, Ukraine is defending itself as best as they possibly can from an imperial power at its fucking doorstep, which is currently invading it in the most violent way possible. Well, not the most violent way, but like pretty fucking violent regardless. That's how invasions work. But this idea that like Ukraine is the fucking leading resistance force against Russian imperialism that will spread everywhere is crazy. Bro, he said colonization. That guy cannot be a liberal. Yeah, that's probably one of those dudes who's like, I'm a progressive, but I also fucking love NATO. NATO is the best.
Genocidal colonization is interesting. Again, going back to my point of people being stupid, you know, he's not trying to commit a genocide of the Ukrainians. That obviously makes no sense because there is no difference ethnically from Ukrainians and Russians. Obviously, Ukraine wasn't a thing until 1989. Ukraine was created by the Russians. It was, you know, they speak Russian. So it's absolutely ridiculous. And again, this entire episode has been exposing to you how ignorant people are about the goals of Vladimir Putin. He has goals. The goal is not to just get rid of Ukrainians. That makes entirely no sense. It would not be helpful for him. So I would just encourage that guy to get a little more.
Okay, they do speak Russian, like, as well. This... By that logic, the U.S. should invade Canada. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying that. That's literally, yes, we need to invade. We need to invade Canada and allow Quebec to separate, okay? That's it. Take over Canada. All the Anglophone side of Canada is now American territory. It already is. Okay? And then let Quebec be separate. Ukraine's nation building or Ukraine's national project spans way beyond fucking 1991. Okay? That's ridiculous. You know, some good, some bad in that history. But it's not. It goes far beyond, the recognition of Ukraine as an independent nation state, a sovereign nation state. No, HasanAbi, you get Quebec and XQC or boo-boo law. We already stole XQC from you. We already got XQC. He's ours. So. I do, however, agree with what Candace Owens is saying about Ukrainians and Russians, can't believe I'm saying this, having like very tiny differences ethnically. It's just true. It's literally like Americans and Canadians being like, we are totally separate from one another. It's not. There are tiny, minuscule differences between Armenians and Turks or Greeks and Turks. And even then, Greeks and Turks and Armenians and Turks have more differences, larger differences than Ukrainians and Russians. Okay? Not that it fucking matters, but, you know. Fresh and Fit debate with Ethan. He never asked me, dude. I asked him multiple times that I would be interested in doing it with them, but I don't know. Chowder's gonna get stuck on this. I texted him. You're mad because Greek? The reason why there's not that much of a difference nowadays is because Russia spent centuries trying to wipe out Ukrainian culture under the czars. Okay, but like, the difference is still, even before that, it's just tiny, okay? You're ridiculous. Again, you know what my take is on this. Like, I believe that like most of these differences unironically usually come from language and usually come from religion. Okay? I would love to debate Fresh and Fit. I don't know what the fuck to do here though. So I don't know what is up with Ethan. I just texted him. Yeah, but we aren't talking about ethnicity. We're talking about national identity. No, she mentioned ethnically. They have no differences. Why are people saying debate Fresh and Fit or you're a goon? I don't know why you fucking think that like I'm not interested in this. I am. How different is Turkish and Kurdish culture? Literally not different at all. It is not. Marginal religious differences. Marginal. Kurd seething? No, I think Kurdish people would agree with that too. It's just like need to deliver a devastating blow to the bros. My Kurdish boyfriend hates Turks, understandably. I'm talking about something way beyond, like, I'm not talking about what the Turkish government has done to Kurds in general. That oppression is very real. Okay? Anyone who denies it is lying to you. Some will turn around and say they deserved it. I'm not one of those people. I think that that's a bullshit fucking justification. It's completely false. However, like I've mentioned, the differences ethnically between Kurdish and Turkish people are marginal. The difference between Turkish people and Armenian people ethnically are marginal. The difference between Turkish people and Greek people are marginal. Stop fucking everything. Now, Russia doesn't have a single culture that could be the same as in Ukraine. The landmass alone makes it multicultural to the core. Guys, this is not a bad take. It's not. It's a shared culture as a consequence of, not true really, Kurds are Indo-European, Turks are Turkic. Bro, you're a silly bitch, straight up. It's empire shit. You're crazy. It's empire shit, dude. You're talking about the differences between like a Bostonian Irishman and a fucking Anglo-Saxon Virginian, okay? After they've lived in America for like you know, however many generations that they've been in America. That difference at that point is literally nothing. Okay? You need to understand that, like, America is not the only empire, and that the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire and all these other fucking empires existed. And throughout that process, through brutalization, through enslavement, and through cultural exchange, oftentimes through trade, you created a process where people created an amalgamated singular culture. People race mixed way too fucking hard for there to be tangible and material differences between these neighboring countries that we're talking about. Okay? Wild that there is this level of like wild that you think that there is this level of like distinction. Ukraine is much more similar to European culture than Russian. Man, shut the fuck up. Don't do that racist fucking Ukrainian nationalist shit in here either, by the way. I get so fucking annoyed because like Americans don't know what this is, but this is literally just like fucking Ukrainian nationalist bullshit. Oh, Russians are fucking orcs. Oh, the Kievan Rus, like Ukraine is actually the real Russia, and that like they're actually whiter than the rest of Russia because the Russian territories spanned across, you know, non-white Philistine cultures. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't even know if you're actually saying that and recognizing what is leading you to say that, or you're just repeating someone else that actually feels that way and are now repeating it in here, or you've heard it from someone else. All right. Ethan is working on it, okay? Dexteru, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs, and Coffee Dave, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs, totaling 15 people who will no longer see this ad at the top of the hour. Okay? Because an ad break is coming, and if you're coming here from Ethan's broadcast, you're about to find out that there's an ad here as well at the top of the hour, but fear not, you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. Continue an ad-free broadcasting experience. I'm on the phone with Ethan right now. Hopefully, we will be able to figure out a way for me to join in on the fun with this fresh and fit debate. Okay? Thanks for staying consistent and not being misogynistic when I'm talking chuds or idiots who are women. Thanks for not using misogyny when convenient. Part of the 20-something%. I mean, I make misogynistic jokes from time to time, but Nano or 224, like, you know, I try to limit it, and whenever I make misogynistic jokes, it's more so myself vilifying myself rather than like being actually misogynistic and vilifying women. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. 1 sandwich, please. Here's a 1 minute ad break now. I know Ethan texted back. I don't know why. Parasocial motherfuckers are so funny, bro. Like, you think I don't know Ethan texted me? My phone is in front of me, dude. You are going Whoopi Goldberg on the Holocaust type shit? What? I'm responding to the downplaying of Russia mass murder in Ukraine, asshat. What? You literally said Ukrainians are more European and Russians are not. And I know where that comes from. I know what you're saying. You weren't saying Russia is currently murdering Ukrainians. You said Ukrainians are white and Eurocentric, whereas Russians overall, by and large, are not. And therefore, there are gigantic ethnic differences between Ukrainians and Russians. And that, in and of itself, is a super fucking racist take. Anyway, speaking of super racist takes, Boris Johnson.
I talked to Vladimir again yesterday, and, of course I understand what he's saying about NATO and the reality of the position, and everybody's always said, and we made it clear to Putin, there's no way Ukraine is going to join NATO anytime soon. But the decision about the future of Ukraine has got to be for the Ukrainian people and for Volodymyr Zelensky as their elected leader. And we will back him. And the most important thing is that Putin's aggression, his absolutely barbaric attacks on Ukraine should stop, and they should not be seen to have succeeded, and they won't succeed. I talked to Vladimir again yesterday, and, of course I understand what he's saying about NATO and the reality of the position, and everybody's always said, and we made it clear to Putin, there's no way Ukraine is going to join NATO anytime soon. But the decision about the future of Ukraine has got to be for the Ukrainian people and for Volodymyr Zelensky as their elected leader. And we will back him. And the most important thing is that Putin's aggression, his absolutely barbaric attacks on Ukraine should stop, and they should not be seen to have succeeded, and they won't succeed.
Of course, Ukrainians are more European from a social perspective of not being run by a propaganda dictatorship like Russia is. What? Bro, are you fucking insane? Dude, Ukraine is literally also run by a propaganda dictatorship machine exactly like Russia, sometimes run by a Russian-backed propaganda dictatorship, and other times still run by fucking oligarchs. You people have lost your fucking minds. Also, being in Europe or proximity to Europe does not actually turn a country automatically into a democracy. What the fuck is happening? Democracy is Western and not any other sphere of influence, Lamau. Dude, a lot of fucking progressives show their asses when it comes to this kind of situation. It's crazy. Like, Turkey is about as close to Western Europe as Ukraine now as their chatters their opinion of Turkish democracy. Oh yeah, dude. Not only is Turkey as close in proximity to Europe as Ukraine is, Turkey's a more developed nation state than Ukraine. Turkey's literally a part of NATO, and Turkey also has its own fucking problems with, corrupt administrators, just like Ukraine has always done. So what's up? What's the difference, you think, chatters, between Turkey joining the EU versus Ukraine joining the EU? Turkey also has a longer track record in trying to join the European Union. I wonder what it is. Like, most of you are completely oblivious to the reality that we talk about freedom of speech, right? We talk about... The reason why I don't bring up half the shit about Ukraine is because I'm legitimately fucking fearful that anytime I bring anything up about Ukraine or Ukrainian history or Ukrainian perspectives, I'm worried that you guys are going to be like, oh, he's doing Russian propaganda. But what you need to understand, what you need to fucking understand is that, like, for example, Zelensky, the liberal hero that you're talking about, and you love fucking freedom of speech, right? They banned way, way long ago every fucking pro-Russian outlet in the country. Okay, stopping communists from fucking joining the political races. Like, you act like you understand what these countries are. You act like you get it because you've seen rose-colored lenses in the coverage in the Western world about a country that you didn't even know existed like fucking 2-3 months ago, and then you turn around and you're like, oh yeah, it's totally this way. It's they're European. Maybe just fucking, you know, pump the brakes a little bit without just repeating all this like dumb shit that you think is true and valid, without completely taking in like a Western-centric, Western supremacist attitude, and repeating Western propaganda when you talk about fucking Ukraine. Come on. And once again, none of this justifies Russia's invasion of Ukraine, obviously. Over the past 3 hours, about 30 fighter jets. Dude, what is happening with the... Why do fucking leaders of countries use emotes when covering this shit? Don't you do propaganda too, or do you do propaganda too? Of course I do propaganda. I do agitative propaganda. Yes, the difference is I tell you what my perspective is. I tell you where my biases are, and it's up to you to whether... It's up to you to recognize that and fucking tell, you know, figure out for yourself whether that's good or not. Everyone does fucking propaganda. The difference between my kind of propaganda is that I tell you I'm doing propaganda, and I tell you where my perspective is. Over the past 3 hours, about 30 fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters lifted into the sky from Belarusian airfields in Boronovichi, Gomel, Lida, Luninets. 6 missiles launched near the city of Kalinkovichi. Explosions are heard in various cities of Belarus. What?
So we established a new civil rights cause of action for those whose intimate images were shared on the public screen. How many times have you heard, I'll bet everybody knows somebody somewhere along the line, that in an intimate relationship, what happened was the guy takes a revealing picture of his naked friend or whatever in a compromising position. And then, literally, in a sense, blackmails or mortifies that person.
Okay, first of all, it's a good thing. Like, the provision is a good thing. We've all been there? No. I'm like a fucking D-list celebrity, and I don't know people that have been in this situation. What the fuck? Yeah, who amongst us, chat? You know what I'm saying? Who amongst us hasn't been, you know, in a fucking compromised situation? The Mac attack unhinged. Bro, that was a crazy fucking take. I mean, I guess he's talking about Hunter Biden, though, right?
Send it out, put it online. A picture of his naked friend or whatever in a compromising position. And then, literally, in a sense, blackmails or mortifies that person. Send it out, put it online.
Why did he say we? Like, you could have said, this is a big problem, Jack. You're like 700 years old. You're like 700 years old, dog. What the fuck do you know? The last time you took a photograph on your own volition was when they had to like literally fucking gear it up and crank it for like 35 minutes and then stand under that like little curtain, okay? That's the last time you ever took a photo, you know, that you wanted to take. The fuck do you mean about like a compromised position and dick pics and shit? What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck? Oh my God. What a strange thing for like a 900-year-old person to say. Ow! Wow. Bro, his sex tape was a silent film? Yeah, dude. What the fuck? Getting blackmailed with naked pictures from 1880? At that point, it's just impressive. Corn Pop was a bad guy. And he ran with a lot of bad dudes. One time he took a picture of my dick, Jack. This motherfucker's so old. When he talks about like getting caught in a compromised position, the statues are in the Met, okay? He's talking about literal fucking Greek marble statues. You know, Jack, it was a cold day. That's why my dick looks so shriveled. Look alive. Listen, fat, back in the day, we thought big penises were barbarian and not good. When I used to whip mine out, everybody said, what a beautiful tiny penis you got. Very civilized, Jack. What I just mentioned to you is true, by the way. Poland proposes NATO peacekeeping mission in Ukraine. Polish Defense Minister Mariusz Błaszczak presented the proposal at a meeting at NATO defense ministers. U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price dismissed it, saying that the U.S. presence would prolong the war. Dude, Poland is fucking going buck wild, dude. What are they trying to like get kicked out of NATO or some shit? What is happening? Like what? Why are they talking so much shit? I don't understand. Poland does have a history of it being invaded, to be fair. Okay, but like you're good right now, Poland. Poland, you're good, okay? You're in NATO. The more you talk like this, the more you fucking goad the other side, the more likely the other side's gonna fucking push back a little bit. Okay? I don't know what is happening here. Like, I actually don't understand where the fuck they're coming from. That's their chance to clap Russian cheeks. Again, Moldovan Mama Liga, once again, a country that would get rolled by the New York Police Department, is in here. Their representative, their only representative, their envoy. Exactly. That's all you need to know, that Moldovan Mama Liga is on the side of Poland. And is on the side of Poland joining the fucking war efforts. Bro, Poland couldn't even send fighter jets personally and directly into Ukraine. What makes you think they're going to actually use like NATO forces on a peacekeeping mission? You're out of your mind. Poland acting like a Karen that got mustard instead of ketchup on a burger. I guess Poland just wanted to get owned by the sounds of it. I just don't understand. Moldovan Mama Liga himself could roll the NYPD. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know Mama Liga is like a corn food. Yes. I used to work at a contract that makes tanks, and I heard from a friend that still works there, and Poland has been buying a lot of tanks from the U.S. Bro, they can't do anything. It doesn't matter how many fucking tanks they buy. Like, the quickest... I don't know what the severance situation looks like with, like, a country that's already joined NATO. But, like, the quickest way to find a new reason to sever ties with Poland from NATO would be if Poland was like, yeah, we're going to go and invade Russia or whatever. They can have all the tanks on the planet, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You are scared and you shit in your pants. Okay. Poland thinks that they can use NATO as an aggressive force against Russia. NATO will only be used as an aggressive force against countries that don't have nukes, against countries that can't fucking fight back, and also target the actual countries that matter in NATO: Germany, France, Western Europe in general, or, God forbid, the United States of America. The moment that you want to fucking like try to put Article 5 on the fucking table and you're not fighting against Libya or some like North African country that has been fucking bombed out already or destroyed for many years of colonization and colonial efforts, you're talking an entirely different game. Okay. Good luck to the Polish that want to use this as an opportunity to fucking strike at the heart of the problem, Russia. It's not going to happen.
Parts Army, I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. We're now 3 weeks into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and at this point, I think we really need to talk about something that is wrecking our ability to see this war accurately. I'm talking, of course, about the dreaded fog of war. War fog smells terrible. A lot of people are in a state of confusion about what's happening in the war right now.
I really like the Task and Purpose has done really, really good fucking videos so far on this. One of the very few, he's a grunt. So, I mean, he's ex-military. He's an Iraq veteran. He was active duty. He went and toured in Iraq. And originally I thought he was I thought he was a boot, but he's actually one of the few like Western focused or Western centric content creators on the internet that has actually said, let's pump the brakes here. I think everyone is currently celebrating Ukraine's military victories, but the situation seems a little bit more confusing than you would suspect. It's
Thanks
way
to
more
echo
nuanced.
chambers created by our social media platforms and propaganda clearly coming from all of this. In the US, where I am, it's very difficult to factor in reports of Russian victories into my analysis. This is because either no one wants to find that information or they're too afraid to share it, worried that they'll look pro-Russian. I want to warn you, if you want some cheerleading video about how great the Russian army is or how great the Ukrainian army is, then this video is not for you. This is for people who want to cut through the...
Yeah, okay, buddy. You talked about how the Russian convoy will reach Kyiv last week. How did that go? Did he say that? I thought he said they're building a forward operating base on the northwestern or the northern side of Kyiv in order to more effectively shell Kyiv, but their hyper focus right now is cutting off the more than 50% of the Ukrainian forces that are currently centered around Donbass to basically shut them off from the rest of Ukraine, which is true. That is literally what's happening. He said that his prior analysis was that they're going to control the southern and southeastern territories to try to starve out the rest of Ukraine, or to starve out the majority of Ukrainian forces that are currently centered in Donbass. I thought you said that Ukraine was going to get rolled, but that could be misremembering. No, I did not say Ukraine is going to get rolled. I said that Russian forces did not perform as expected on the first couple of nights. They also did not do shock and awe style campaign, a shock and awe style bombing campaign. I said that the Russian forces should have been able to effectively take out all of the Ukrainian Air Force and should not have had a single like Bayraktar flying or anything like that. Okay? They were not even able to take over every single airport. And that people were, and I said it time and time again, that people were way too positive about Ukraine's chances here.
Fog of war and understand the reality in Ukraine.
Later in the video, we'll have an updated analysis of the 40-mile-long convoy, and we'll see if my initial assessment was correct or not.
So to be fair, a major reason why it's difficult for us to clearly see through the fog of war, to accurately see the Russian army's victories, is because Putin himself has made it punishable by up to 15 years in jail to speak negatively about the war in Russia. The other reason we're mainly seeing
So you don't oppose Russia invading Ukraine? What? I don't think you understand the situation, says the guy who just said, so you don't oppose Russia invading Ukraine. Are you fucking stupid? Where did you get that from? Like, where did you get this take from? Just a juicer, I think. Of course I oppose Russia invading Ukraine, you fucking idiot. What are you, stupid? I mean, the question answers itself, yes. The answer is yes. You are stupid if you think that.
Pro-Ukrainian information about the war is because on March 4th, US media companies decided to clamp down and shut down our access to Russian media outlets because they were deemed misinformation. Personally, I think we're smart enough to figure that out, to figure the truth out for ourselves, but maybe not. After all, I am the same guy that tried throwing a bucket of water on an electrical fire in Iraq. For instance, take a look at the Ukraine live conflict map that we've been using. It's important to note that this is populated entirely by pro-Ukrainian sources. That's what fills out all of the information in here. So even though this is accurate intelligence, the picture that we get inevitably is going to be skewed in one direction. I believe the consequence of this is that we might underestimate the Russian military. This conflict map does not directly account for any of the Russian military victories. It will show us the location of destroyed Russian tanks, but it will not show us the evidence of destroyed Ukrainian equipment. So what I was able to do was dig deeper and look at some weird Telegram channels where I was able to find the Russian perspective and evidence of some of their victories. That's right, I get put on all the FBI lists so you don't have to. In my research, I located evidence of Russian military successes that I think were...
I'll be like, I'm obviously not pro-Russia. And some chat will be like, aha, that's exactly what someone who's pro-Russia would say. Very cool. I'm following along. Very good. Tell me more about how you're not pro-Russia and how you think it's bad. That's exactly what someone who is pro-Russia would say over and over again.
Missing from the legacy media's analysis of the war. In the south of Ukraine, here we see an entire Ukrainian base abandoned with all of the armored tanks and vehicles left near the city of Kherson. On March 15th, there was abandoned and destroyed Ukrainian tanks on the highway right outside of the city.
But if you're anything like me and you get your news from TV and Twitter, this is probably shocking to you. We have reports of Russian special forces running patrols throughout this city, moving 500 kilometers north to the Chernihiv region.
There's footage from Russian drone strikes, destroying Ukrainian artillery positions. These are all scenes that I think people in the United States, like me, never have access to in our closed-off bubbles of social media. In the Donbass region, there's photographic evidence that the Russian army has captured an untold number of US Javelin anti-tank missile systems, which will now be used against us.
But looking at this live map, we would completely miss those reports because they don't include pro-Russian information.
The Russian army doesn't have anything nearly as sophisticated or effective as the Javelin system in their own arsenal. They don't have any of the high-tech infrared lock-on, fire and forget, top-down attack mode abilities. When Russian troops find them, they're already calling them trophy weapons. According to the Russian military, this Ukrainian armored tank column in Donbass region was destroyed by the Russian army using their grenade launchers on the tracks to disable them. I strongly believe that you deserve to hear the full story of what's happening on the ground.
Don't trust me yet? Maybe this footage of me surfing the web looking pensively at articles on my computer will change your mind.
Bro, okay, I think he's literally making fun of Johnny Harris. He's making fun of Johnny Harris. Dude, this dude's awesome. This dude's funny as fuck. I mean, like, he's not a little corny. He's just a huge cornball, but like, Despite being a huge cornball, he's...
No? How about me reading printed out pieces of paper? Surely now I'm a trustworthy news source.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That's shots fired. That's actually fucking... Dude, come on. Dude, come...
We will defend it.
13 Ukrainian border guards...
Dude.
Близкие, среди которых не только коллеги, друзья, бывшие сослуживцы.
Why are you doing this?
Yo, look at that.
Most of those troops crossed the border last week and are now inside the country.
Russian military vehicles, including tanks, entering Ukraine.
The invasion from Zelensky appeared on TV.
Anyway, you get the picture. I heard this dude edits his own videos. Okay, he does. We found out that he doesn't actually. Oh, here it is. Here's some more pieces of paper.
This country, something unique. It's that even if Putin conquers a big portion of this country.
Anyway, that's interesting. Okay.
On March 4th, a civilian news broadcast from the airport near Hostomel shows that the Russian army has secured the airfield about 40 kilometers from the center of the city.
Now, if we move 500 kilometers down to the south of the country,
here we see how in the Donbass region, the Russians are handing over captured Ukrainian vehicles to pro-Russian forces to use. Look at all the Soviet flags flying on these vehicles. Can we stop pretending at this point that Putin isn't trying to put the old Soviet Union back together? Can we stop pretending that NATO...
Okay, well, there you go. He's still got some fucking Ameroid tendencies.
Expansion is bad? What if we didn't let Poland join NATO? Is it more likely that Russia would behave, or would they have just been looking to snatch that sweet, sweet land up? This morning, Russian sources released video footage of their artillery shelling operations near the capital. They also released a detailed map that they captured showing all of the Ukrainian army's defense locations surrounding the city. But I've chosen not to disclose that information. The point is the Russians have it.
You take a quick look at the map from last week compared to this week. The Russian forces have made progress along every axis of advance. They haven't been pushed back or repelled really anywhere yet.
To me, these advances are more compelling intelligence than someone telling me on TV that the Russians have low morale in their units. Of course there's low morale in the Russian units. Have you ever heard a soldier talk before? All we do is complain. I think it's too hot. You know what? It's too cold. When are we going home? Where are we sleeping? Sleeping in the back of the vehicle sucks. If you're in the military and your morale isn't terrible, then you're either not in the infantry or you're not deployed. Believe me, they had to keep us from attacking each other in Iraq, let alone the enemy. On Thursday, March 10th, cloud cover over Ukraine broke, and it gave the Maxar satellite images another look at the 40-mile-long Russian army convoy just north of Kiev. Everyone was fixated on the fact that these vehicles had redeployed and moved under tree cover, and they completely missed the really valuable information here. Sometimes we can get more information by analyzing what we don't see. So these new images do not show us burning Russian vehicles. We do not see smoking, smoldering, destroyed Russian convoy. It's instead moved off the road into defensive positions under trees and into nearby towns. This tells us that the Ukrainian military either chose not to attack it, or they were unable to attack this big, fat, sitting duck.
The media is already starting to admit that this isn't a stalled convoy. Just look here at where the blue line ends, that's where the convoy ends. You can clearly see that this supply convoy can't go any further without advancing past where the combat divisions are.
US intelligence officials from the Pentagon and the Department of Defense say that this convoy is largely made up of non-combat supply trucks. They're carrying fuel, food, and ammo.
Is it just me, or is John Kirby over at the Pentagon one handsome devil?
Some people see this 40-mile-long convoy as a massive military blunder, and in many ways, they're not wrong.
With the fog of war, the situation is constantly changing, and tomorrow, the whole convoy could get destroyed for all we know.
The Russian army, in their attempt to quickly take Kiev, has failed to successfully secure large regions in their rear. This means it could be difficult for this convoy to advance to the divisions that are battling into Kiev safely. If the convoy went further south, they would be at risk of being attacked by the Ukrainian special forces in that area. We know the most elite Ukrainian units are operating just north of Kiev, and have been working to attack supply lines, which has helped to slow down the Russian advance. The Ukrainian General of Staff, whose reports have been largely accurate so far, if only a little bit biased, he had something to say about why the Russian convoy was pausing and taking defensive positions. He says the Russian engineer units are working to create a network of field pipelines in the territory that they currently occupy. The Russian military's plan, it appears to be that they want to connect these pipes to a central oil pipeline in Belarus, where they can pump fuel to any of their tank divisions near Kiev. In the meantime, Ukrainian farmers now find themselves in the front lines of this battle. Military intelligence reported on March 14th that Russian forces are seizing farming machinery for these engineering projects so that they could help with this pipeline and help construct fortifications. In response, Ukraine farmers seem to be striking back by using their own tractor trailers to capture and tow Russian tanks away from them. This has now become a thing, where Ukrainian tractors are pulling away tanks. There's dozens of these videos. I feel like there's a really great country music song opportunity here.
In Ukraine, I've got two things that I love: my dear tractor trailer and my captured Russian T-72 main battle tank. It's got a V12 diesel-powered engine. My girl, well, she ain't too sweet on my Russian armored vehicles sitting on the farm. Well, shucks. I tell her Vladimir Putin can come.
He is so corny. Oh my god.
Get her himself. No, I'm not giving away my Russian tank. It's got a souped-up 780 horsepower engine. Yeehaw! Can I get a hoo?
During the third week of the invasion, the Russian forces have taken an operational pause, which was something that the US military had to do in their invasion of Iraq. If we look at the east of Kiev, a Russian armored column last week made a push towards Brovary, which would put them in striking distance of the capital. If they can capture that...
Yo, is this a city slicker or what, dude? He can't even do a fucking reasonable country accent. What the fuck is that? Actually surprising, dude. What the fuck?
That town, they'll be one step closer to encircling the capital.
They sent him to Iraq to fucking fight with nuclear cornball energy, dude. He was the real weapons of mass destruction.
The Ukrainian military likely had this road zoned in as a kill zone weeks ahead of time, and I'll tell you why I think that in a second. So they'd set up a complex ambush waiting for the Russian army just to roll right in. And we see the Ukrainians attack with artillery and possibly drone fire from the sky, maybe even tanks out of frame. The way this column reacts to contact is really terrible, because they bunch up close to each other, blocking one another, making it very difficult to retreat. So we can see this column was attacked once they had pushed into the town, out of all the farmland in the background there. This town then acts as a natural physical block, preventing the tanks from escaping the kill zone off to the side of the road. They're forced into this narrow zone of fire. This is a textbook procedure by the Ukrainian army for a successful ambush. It's been reported that the Russians lost a general in this attack, which is a really high up officer, and it destroys their command and control. It hasn't been confirmed yet though. Something interesting to note here is, why are they doing this massive armored troop movement in broad daylight? It's likely because even the Russian armored vehicles lack sufficient night thermal imaging devices, and they believe that it's safer for them to travel in the day, which goes against everything that the US military doctrine follows. Moving in daylight makes them a huge target for Ukraine.
Just a casual Azov watermark? Dude, what do you mean? He's compiling information from all sources. Of course he's gonna get fucking Azov information too. I look at fucking Azov videos as well.
Ukrainian artillery strikes. Hopefully the US is sending night vision goggles and thermal optics to Ukrainian soldiers, because this looks like a major weakness of the Russian army. Another mistake made here is that the Russians didn't follow basic combined operations doctrine, which requires good coordination and communication skills. Having air cover to counter the Ukrainian artillery would have been huge. They also didn't have artillery pieces set up to provide counter battery missions. Combined operations is kind of like rock, paper, scissors. You gotta have all the pieces or you're gonna get destroyed. Open source intelligence assets were able to intercept the Russian military's encrypted radio communications.
Fuck HasanAbi Industries, Hasan Industries, a bozo for copy striking other channels? Wait, what? Who? What?
communications from this attack. And when it's translated, they tell us something very interesting about the average Russian soldier's psychological state in the war that no one's really touched on yet. The translated conversation is as follows. Hello, Nitro, it's Udar, listening to you.
That's not true.
6th Regiment, can't report right now, still gathering info. A lot of losses. They waited for us. Ambushed commander of the regiment is killed. Checking about the other. As soon as you get the information, gather everything, report to me, understood? They strike with artillery, tanks, UAV. As to my understanding, Bayraktars. Checking on the other losses. This is the Russian soldiers reporting back to command.
They're saying the channel HasanAbi Industries did that? No shot. That would be fucking, that would be awful. That would be a major mistake for HasanAbi Industries. I don't even know who they're, I don't know who they are, like I just clicked on their fucking account. I've been seeing that in the chat since last week. This is the channel. Let's figure out what they're doing. I whispered to them to send me another on more info of this screaming into the screaming into the voided chat. Yeah. Let me know. I don't know who the owner of this channel is at all. I have no idea. I never know. Thumbnail and editing by Cian Muffin. I have a different name on here probably. I don't know. Cian Muffin YouTube? Nope. Yeah, their main channel link is to my channel. I clicked on it and it went to my channel. Weird. Moderators have reached out. Figure it out. But in the meantime, we'll continue with this video. Hold on. Sorry. Getting sidetracked, but this is something I do take seriously. Especially because I don't want fucking people thinking that like I'm Wonka W. Oh, is it the Cyan Muffin? The last time the Cyan Muffin wrote in here was on 1/18/2022. So I don't know if this is the person. Yeah, they copy strike my channel too. It's on Clip Manufacturer. I emailed them and they were really understanding though and retracted it. What do you mean they copy strike to your shit? All of it is my shit. That's wild that they would like fucking copy strike people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you understand how any of this works. Yeah, like what's happening right now? HasanAbi getting away with it. Lost monetization of the channel I run last week, and that channel straight up ripped some of my edits some weeks back. Lost monetization of the channel. Wait, what? What is happening? Glad I was here to witness the downfall of the Clips Industrial Complex. They're just like, what? You severed, and this is one of the other you channel. What? You can't do that. You can't be like a clipper and fucking and you know, upload all my videos and then turn around and copy strike other people.
Command with the status of their failed advance. The fact that they're so certain in their communications that it's a Bayraktar drone that targeted them is kind of fascinating to me, because it appears like they never saw one of those drones with their own eyes. And if they did,
especially because like they think I'm doing it. People are going to think I'm doing it, and that's fucking insane. Okay? You don't strike, so they get the audacity to strike others? No, that's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. You don't get to do that. I will fucking destroy you, straight up.
did see one, why weren't they able to attempt to shoot it down or target it? The Russian soldiers communicating here over the radio probably simply assumed it was a Bayraktar drone because there's been a lot of publicity around them, and they're a terrifying concept to the average soldier on the ground. Think about it. For your regular Russian soldier, the concept of being hit by some unseen drone is terrifying. It's similar to the psychological effect that improvised explosive devices had on me and other US troops in Iraq. Now, if we move slightly north of this location, there was another attack on this same column of Russian armor by Ukrainian armed forces. Here they used a British NLAW anti-tank missile system. It instantly explodes directly above the tank, knocking it out of commission. This column's reaction to contact is completely different. They react in a much more organized and effective way by instantly identifying which side of the road the attack came from and returning fire in the correct direction. All of the tanks then got out of the kill zone, off the road, and they made themselves harder to hit, and they avoided any landmines that might have been placed in that kill zone. Most of the Russian infantry here, they made a big mistake though, by running away from the direction of the incoming fire. What they should have done is run directly to the closest cover, even if it meant the direction of the incoming fire. You never want to turn your back and run away from the incoming fire, because that makes you vulnerable. But on a whole, a much better performance by the Russian military here. 15 hours ago, today, on March 15th, there's been new ground attacks on the west side of Kiev. We can see over the past week, Russian forces have moved into this area because that's where the main supply route from the town of Lviv near Poland comes from. Once the Russians cut off this road, it will take an additional 4 hours to ship supplies in from the west using alternate routes that come into Kiev from the south.
Looks like Google Maps has already started to reroute traffic away from that area where the Russians have moved into.
So Lviv, where this supply route heads to, was recently attacked on March 10th with 30 Russian cruise missiles that hit a military base there. The city is 25 kilometers from the border with Poland. The attack killed at least 35 people. Russia claims it killed 180 foreign
Thanks, HasanAbi getting away with it for the 10 gift subs.
mercenaries that are stationed there. It's been kind of like a staging area and coordination location for all of the aid efforts from NATO. It's also been where US and British citizens, for instance, with the people who have volunteered to fight against Russia, they've all gone there to link up before heading into the combat zones in eastern Ukraine.
Oh, this is what they were talking about, the area that got blown up for the foreign soldiers.
This attack appears to be a message to the US to tell them to stop sending supplies to Ukraine. Based on how the war has progressed in the last week, it appears like it'll take Russian forces another week to encircle the capital and another 2 weeks to assault. At this rate, unless something is done to stop them, we will likely see the fall of Kiev by the end of April. To the east in Kharkov, the second largest city in the country. Over the past few episodes, I've shown a lot of the Ukrainian armed forces' perspective of what's happening there. According to the Russians, they've captured a portion of the Territorial Defense Unit and the 81st Air Mobile Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, which have withdrawn from the city at this point, according to them.
Kharkiv is important because if it's captured, it'll open up the possibility for the Russian military to encircle all of the Ukrainian forces in the Donbas region. Another important development coming out of Kharkiv is that the Russian military has provided video evidence that they've set up successful refueling operations in the area.
On March 10th, the Russian government officials admitted something that confirmed an early suspicion of mine. They are using untrained young conscripts in the war who likely do not want to be there and were forced against their will to fight in Ukraine. There are a few theories surrounding the use of conscripts. Some claim that they're purposely sent in first as cannon fodder. Even one Ukrainian who was interviewed
said, quote, "At first they seemed to be sending in people they weren't afraid of losing, but then
there wasn't anything there. I just wanted to still, just be safe.
And I was hiding in a basement. The Russians who found us were serious, well-equipped with torches and full communication, basically special forces."
So it could be the case that the professionals wanted the conscripts to go in like guinea pigs to test the level of Ukrainian resistance. Another theory there is that they were accidentally sent in due to a miscommunication because there would be no real military advantage to sending in less trained troops first.
Can you comment on, or do you have any insights on the recent developments regarding Russia's use of conscripted troops? Can you confirm?
I can't tell if this was propaganda or not, but didn't Vladimir Putin say he was going to jail a fucking didn't Vladimir Putin say he was going to jail one of the generals or something for sending in conscripts against his wishes or something? Am I crazy? No, not the fucking FSB people for quote unquote working with working with the Ukrainians or whatever.
That they've recalled some of these forces and that their deployment to the front lines was seemingly the result of some kind of mistake?
Well, I mean, we certainly have seen that that some of the initial battalion tactical groups that were sent into Ukraine in the early days had conscripts in the force.
Can John Kirby get an unironic hua from us? Sir, if you're watching this, I'm not even kidding. I love the way you answer questions.
On March 9th, we got more evidence that contradicts Putin's claims that the invasion...
That's some straight fucking... Yeah, that's... Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, you can't... Once a vet, hard to shake that, I guess.
...is going according to plan. This new evidence suggests that he's had a major initial miscalculation with the invasion, and he expected a swift victory in a few days, because he reportedly placed the leader of the SFB, their own head of intelligence, under house arrest for giving him false information about the situation in Ukraine, which led to an initial stumble by the Russian army there. Analysts believe Putin has surrounded himself with bureaucrats who told him what he wanted to hear and not what he needed to hear.
In this tense exchange with his inner circle, you can see Putin belittling his own team, telling them to speak plainly, demanding that they not mince words, which makes us suspect that maybe things aren't going well.
Hopefully, that piece of information helps explain why I want to show you the truth about the war. I want to show you the Russian victories as well as the Ukrainian ones, because without that, we'll be like Putin, making flawed decisions based on incorrect information. But there is a growing problem facing the Russians that they're going to have to start to account for. They've flattened these cities and killed much of the population that they're going to have to actually start to feed and give water to these people and help these people who are still left alive. The Russian Ministry of Defense has released footage of these soldiers handing out supplies to local populations. Footage like this it's kind of difficult for me to process because it reminds me of missions that I went on in Iraq where I would hand out food and water to the local population in towns that had been destroyed from years of war. I'm not saying that these conflicts are comparable, only pointing out that it kind of makes my stomach turn to see this kind of propaganda from the Russian media, and at the same time, know that I've been in similar operations firsthand myself.
Wait, no, you guys are misunderstanding, I think. No, it seems like he's just saying we did the same shit.
In order to catch more of a glimpse behind the Iron Curtain, the Russian Ministry of Defense, they released this footage of the Su-25 fixed-wing fighter jet, which took damage from an incoming Ukrainian surface-to-air man-pad missile system. But it was still able to hobble back to base. This tells us that the war for the air superiority continues to wage over Ukraine, which is good news for the Ukrainian armed forces.
How is providing humanitarian aid propaganda? It 1,000,000% is propaganda when you're showing that to say, like, look at us, we're good guys. We're not just like blowing up their fucking houses. We're actually providing them with food. And it's like, hey, look, we're liberating these people. It's like, motherfucker, they wouldn't need you to give them food if you weren't blowing their shit up.
There's plenty of evidence out there to support the claim that Russia is in way over their heads. For instance, the US Department of Defense says that Russia is asking China for military and financial aid for the Ukrainian war. Both China and Russia denied this on March 13th. At the same time, China's left the door open for sending aid by stating that China will not promise and cannot be made to not export arms to Russia. The fact that there's no reason to believe the 40-mile-long convoy has started to distribute any of its supplies to the Russian divisions south of them is not a good sign for them. The rate of airplanes and tanks that we know have been destroyed is not good news for Russia. The fact that they've been unable to launch attacks larger than a regimental advance near Kiev suggests that they're uncoordinated between branches and they lack clear communication to headquarters. The point of this video was not to dampen our hope of the Ukrainian armed forces repelling the attack. I simply want to give a more balanced picture of the war, especially as we appear to be getting closer and closer to joining it. There is a massively popular video with 21 million views on YouTube by this well-spoken, very smart professor who lays out an incredibly convincing argument about why NATO is at fault for the entire situation in Ukraine. He makes the assumption in this argument that if NATO hadn't expanded, then Russia wouldn't have expanded either. I believe if NATO didn't expand east, then Russia would have taken over Latvia and the Baltic states already, and that's not what those people want.
You might notice that
for the record, the only way to talk about what Russia would or wouldn't do in the Baltic states is if you have to talk about the inception of NATO. Okay? And how the USSR would have continued. Okay? That's the like you have to go all the way back. If you want to have a conversation about like Estonia, Latvia, whatever. But if you're going to have a conversation about Russia, post-USSR, like actually Russia, and Hasan literally spreading pro-NATO propaganda now, cool? No, I'm not. But if you're talking about Georgia and Ukraine, then yes, NATO expansion is part of the reason.
That he also very quickly hand waves how Putin's a dictator and says, well, democracy's terrible too.
It's easy to say democracy is terrible and no one should have the right to join NATO when you have freedom yourself. So this isn't a pro-Russia propaganda video, it's me saying that we need to know where the Russian military is having success in order to avoid being surprised by them. Because if we don't, then we will underestimate them and be less likely to understand how important it is that NATO continues to send fuel, ammo, and weapons. To me, it's a little bit disappointing that we've chosen to shut down those Russian sites so that we can't get insight into what they're thinking. I understand the argument, but it just seems like a step closer to war, because when you go back and you start seeing when free speech starts to get pushed down, it's usually when freedom is less important and we all have to band together and act as a team.
Is a delusional remake the USSR loony? Dude, how are you mood or blind? You've been here for 25 months, dude. Come the fuck on. First of all, if anything, it's Russian Empire shit. Like, you and I both know, you have to know that he's not a communist, right? Like, you have to recognize that, right? Please tell me you don't think that that is. He stated it. So what? His sentiment about the USSR or Ukraine and Russia being a one nation together has nothing to do with his actual desires or his military capabilities. That is for the birds at home. That is to justify his actions to the people at home. America said they're going into Iraq to do Operation Iraqi Freedom. Does that mean that they actually were interested in doing that? Or do you personally comprehend that it's like beyond that? And that was how they were selling that idea to you, an American. Putin doesn't have the capabilities of overtaking Ukraine in its entirety and maintaining troop presence in Ukraine for extended periods of time. It's just like you're literally breeding terrorism in your own borders then that you've expanded into. You've now become, once again, bordered alongside NATO nations, and you've quite literally now, while you're simultaneously bordered with NATO nations, you have quite literally created a fucking hostile 44 million nation that is going to constantly fucking blow your shit up. It is like the absolute fucking most idiotic thing that he could do. What's his goal then? Keeping occupied territories? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Putin would have an easier time taking over like the other Baltic states. Straight up. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So those guys being terrified is a little bit more understandable. That's right, Moldova. You fucking look at yourself, okay? All jokes aside. Nothing can bring down Moldova. I think he's planning for World War III and Ukraine will be his front. What?
Team to fight a common enemy. That's when freedoms get sacrificed. So that scares me that maybe are we already at a point where we need to sacrifice our freedom of speech in order to band together to defeat a common enemy.
What? What the fuck is this? I have your same hair type. We just can't pull that season 4. What? I have your same hair type, and we just can't pull that season 4 Aaron Yeager shit, man. I wish we could. What the fuck do you mean? I think my hair is perfectly fine. But yeah, no, this was Ukraine fog of war. What's really happening by task and purpose? He just wants a pro-Russian government like U.S. did in 2014, replacing Yanukovych with pro-American Poroshenko. Yes, he wants a pro-Russian government. That's what he wants. He wants Ukraine to turn into Belarus. Okay?